On February 20th, 2003, the station, a Rhode Island nightclub, was the site of the deadliest pyrotechnics accident in United States history to date. What follows is raw video captured by local news documenting the concert at the venue. 462 attendees were recorded, added to by the staff, the band, and others. The footage quite obviously demonstrates that the ignition of the pyrotechnics created an effect that did not have proper safe clearance. What the footage does not show is the two main reasons that the evacuation failed. To deter unauthorized entry to the venue, fire exit doors were chained shut. Although those doors were eventually unchained, it was too late to effectively redirect the crowd, causing the main door to become jammed as panic and smoke engulfed those still inside. The lack of an adequate fire and emergency evacuation plan and enough appropriately trained staff to execute that plan contributed to the confusion and the panic of the crowd. Nearly everyone moved toward the only door they were familiar with, the main front door. Many civil and criminal cases were filed due to this incident. Criminal convictions and civil penalties, including a 15-year prison sentence for the band's tour manager, who lit the pyrotechnics that led to the fire, were levied. On the day, though, the lack of adequate event planning and an overemphasis on security over safety led to the deaths of 100 people and injuring another 230. While the event itself is certainly important, remember to look beyond the fun. The larger the group, the more easily confusion and panic sets in if disaster strikes. Consult experts in emergency planning. Involve local police, fire, and medical responders as early as possible. The most successful events are those everyone goes home and talks about for years to come. When attending large events, look for emergency information on the event or venue's websites. Locate emergency exits. Enjoy yourself, but be mindful of your surroundings. Don't leave it to someone else to make sure that you get home safe.
fire department. These guys are screaming. There's multiple people with no hair and burns and just cuts and glass.
Following the disaster, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST, conducted simulations of the event, demonstrating how much of a difference a properly installed and maintained sprinkler system would have made. Alterations to fire, building, and other regulations also followed in the wake of this tragedy. Building codes, fire regulations, safety standards may seem like a lot of extra work, cost, or aggravation, but they're written in events like these and the lives that they took. Living life is risk. Manage it well. In this video, we're going to cover fundamentals of accident investigations. The main topics we're going to hit are going to be incident response in a very limited way, evidence collection and preservation, the roots of causality, and report writing and documentation. So what do we think of when we think of an investigation? A lot of our minds probably go to TV shows that we've seen, like the old Dragnet show, Law and Order series, stuff like that, where there is an event. The people that are looking into that event don't fully have an understanding of what's going on, like say a theft, something like that. They don't know who did it, and they're trying to find out who did it, how they did it, why they did it, and how to catch them. In the news, you'll see the aftermath of investigations. Say a plane crash, the FAA and the NTSB will look into that, and you will see the results of that in the real world. So far, what you might be thinking is that the point of an investigation is to find out who's at fault. And what I'm going to challenge you to do here in this video is think beyond that and try to avoid the assignment of blame and look more towards causality. The goal in safety is a zero accident rate, meaning there's never an incident, there's never an injury. Everybody goes home the same way that they came in, every single day, no matter what, every single time. That's the ideal. In the real world, that's a bit unobtainable, but that's certainly what safety is striving to reach, is a zero accident zone. So what investigations into safety incidents should strive for is not necessarily assigning blame, but finding that causality, to find that linchpin that started the events that led to the accident, the injury, the illness in the first place. Fixing that issue will be the thing that moves you towards that goal of zero accidents. This video is going to break down investigations into 4 basic steps. While they're going to be sequential in this video, a lot of the times these things have a tendency to happen at the same time, all simultaneously. So keep that in mind as we move forward. Incident response. The occurrence of an accident rarely gives any time to really prepare, but incident response and preparedness is key to an effective investigation. Having a well-designed plan, trained and drilled response staff, and a culture of open reporting of accidents and incidents is one of the most important steps to effectively investigate incidents that starts well before incidents even occur. So we're going to go over some very basic principles of incident response, but we will not be covering that topic in a lot of detail here. Effective incident response is a whole nother topic unto itself. For the purpose of incident investigations, though, it is important to know a little bit about some of the human factors that are present during and immediately following an incident event. In any incident, there is some degree of panic for those involved and responding. An incident is an unusual and generally negative event, and it's human nature to do what I've found to be one of generally 3 things if you're not a regular responder to incidents. So if you're not a trained EMT, fire, emergency responder, that kind of thing, there are generally three types of behaviors that I've seen in lay people. First, there are the people that try to intervene. They may not know how to intervene and they may not know what is appropriate or effective, but they're the ones that are the doers, the ones that see something and want to act upon it and very much affect its outcome. The second is the type of people that try to escape the situation, that immediately just run away from traumatizing or a difficult situation. And then the third type is the people that just freeze. They don't know what to do. They don't know how to react. And they either figuratively or literally freeze in place. As an investigator, you have to understand that each of these responses is absolutely valid and that no one really knows where they are on the spectrum until they're faced with the real thing. But understand that these factors can affect the investigation process a great deal. Think about how you might react if after a traumatizing event, an incident where you either were injured yourself or had an accident yourself or witnessed somebody that you've worked with for years become injured or have an incident. Think about how you might react if immediately following that incident or during the incident itself, some investigator walked up and began badgering you about the specifics of the incident and who's at fault and why did you do that. And your approach very much will determine the quality of the information that you get, especially during the incident itself and during the response period. Ideally, incident investigators should not be part of the actual incident response. That's certainly not the way things go in the real world. And in many cases, the incident investigator is also the person that is charged with the response to that incident. As we get into the real substance of this video, it is important to understand that there are a lot of dual roles that people play. Manager, incident responder, investigator, a lot of those things are the same person or the same individual. But understanding how you're interacting with the people involved at the scene of the incident is exceptionally important towards a good, honest, and effective incident investigation. Evidence collection and preservation. Effectively, this begins prior to the incident itself in a lot of cases. Things like machine settings, CCTV footage, logbooks, vehicle speeds, and other objective forms of information can be available and collected that shed light onto what led to the incident. For any investigator, knowing the basics of retention periods in particular is key to making sure that data that is available doesn't get lost. This is, again, something that is a lot of prep work. It's a lot of understanding your organization, understanding what's available in your organization, what kind of information is tracked, what isn't tracked. This will help formulate a lot of the remainder of your evidence collection, your questioning of witnesses, and quality of the information that you're going to get moving forward. From here, we're going to break down evidence collection, documentation, and preservation into two specific sections. At the scene. During the incident response and recovery period, there's not a lot of emphasis placed on the preservation of evidence, and nor should there be for the responders that are trying to deal with that incident. The immediate concerns are human safety, scene safety, and recovery, getting back to normal. But that period can destroy a lot of very relevant information. So we talked about things like CCTV footage already and other empirical forms of data. Don't rely on those forms of data to paint an appropriate picture of the scene itself. This is where a separation between the investigator and the responders can really come in handy. But even if that's not possible, training your responders to recognize and record, at least mentally, things like, was the weather involved? What was the weather like? Was there a specific odor in the area? That's especially important when you're talking about chemical spills and chemical related incidents. What about the physical scene itself is important? That's the things you're looking for at the scene and the types of evidence that will vanish very, very quickly. All the old movies where they put the chalk outline around the murder victim, that is an effort to preserve things that cannot be preserved indefinitely. While nothing hopefully will ever be quite that severe, that's the kind of thing you want to do with every note you take about an incident, every photograph you take about an incident, is describe that scene as if the person reading it will have never been there, will never go there, and doesn't have any understanding of the incident. You're trying to really paint a picture, and the information you gather at the scene will help you build that picture in the report that you end up writing. A few items of note with regard to technology that exists that allows for some extrapolation of information about the scene. Historic weather information is readily available online, but that information, remember, is based on a generalized area. Those generalized areas, as time goes on and as technology moves forward, are getting ever smaller, but it does not necessarily speak to the conditions at the incident scene. CCTV footage is another tool that is great in the investigatory process, but that shouldn't necessarily be relied upon to show fine detail. You can never really know what the camera caught at the event, whether it's going to be obstructed, if there will be some kind of an issue with the recording itself, what the resolution is on the cameras as to whether or not it's going to catch fine detail. So don't rely on CCTV footage to fill in blanks that you really need to be looking at the scene as it sat when you were there. Additionally, the recovery process for every incident should be documented as well. That's going to come into play in the final report, and we'll talk about that a little bit more when we get to that section of this video. After the scene. Following the incident and the collection of evidence at the scene, making sense or starting to make sense of what has been collected to this point should begin immediately. This will help preserve mental details in both the investigator and the witnesses and the people involved in that incident, and provide time for some follow-up before potentially the recovery process itself erases that information. But it is at this point that a deeper dive into the things not only that have already been collected, but things like organizational policies, training records, accepted behaviors versus trained behaviors, oversight and management of things related to the incident, equipment maintenance records, safety concern reports, near miss reports. These are the types of things that you can gather during this part of the investigation that really will flush out your causality as you begin the next section of this video. Roots of causality. All of the collected information, evidence, photographs, CCTV video, eyewitness testimony is in service to finding the cause of the accident. Notice that I say cause and not causes. Often, investigators can rush to judgment and list a whole host of causes that seem accurate and viable. As an example, if a person falls down a set of steps in a parking lot, the causes could certainly be the stairs are ice covered, the person was wearing flat-bottom shoes, the railing was broken, and it was dark in that portion of the parking lot at the time. But these are symptoms of the actual cause or the root cause. CollinsDictionary.com defines root cause as the fundamental reason for the occurrence of a problem. In accident investigations, this is the actionable result of the investigative process if the goal is to reduce or eliminate the potential for a similar accident to happen again. Remember, the goal for health and safety professionals is that 0% accident rate. There are many tools that help investigators find a root cause. One of the most effective and often cited is the 5 Why method. This video won't go into the origins of the method, and it does have broad usage across many other disciplines. In fact, it came from the auto industry. That's my only little bit of history that I'll give on it, just to not make this video 3 hours long. But it's highly effective for health and safety professionals in getting to what actually caused accidents and helps create very effective corrective actions in the final report. Let's take the established example of the person falling down the steps. The initial answers to the question why remain the same at the surface. The stairs were ice covered, the person was wearing flat bottom shoes, the railing was broken, and it was dark in that portion of the parking lot at the time. But for each of these answers to the question why at the surface level, there is a second why that can be asked. The stairs were ice covered. Why? Because staff had not yet applied ice melt after a storm. The person was wearing flat-bottom shoes. Why? There was a VIP event that day and the individual was wearing dress shoes. The railing was broken. Why? The railing was snapped at a rusted out weld. It was dark in that portion of the lot at the time. Why? Parking lot timers had not yet been reset for daylight savings time. Some of the answers to this level result in dead ends. For instance, why was the individual in dress shoes? Very simple, because of the presentation that morning. Others generate further why questions that need answers, and some may even begin to converge on a single answer that encompasses more than one question. The stairs were ice covered. Why? Because staff had not yet applied ice melt. Why? 3 of the 10 maintenance positions in this particular location are unfilled. The railing was broken. Why? The weld had rusted and snapped. Why? 3 out of the 10 maintenance positions are not yet filled. The parking lot lights had not yet been reset. Why? 3 of the 10 maintenance positions are not yet filled. In this simple example, you can see how the answers to the questions why as we move down the levels of questioning are starting to converge on one single answer that may be our root cause. It could be fairly easy to stop right here now that we've had multiple answered why questions that end up pointing to the same cause. But we're going to go a step further and find the root cause. Why was the lack of 3 positions out of 10 in maintenance not being filled lead to these conditions? The 7 remaining staff were forced to cover the workload of 10, and priorities had to be placed on projects and issues based on need. So what is our root cause? A shortage of workers in maintenance led to the conditions that ultimately resulted in the employee falling down the stairs that morning. There are certainly other why questions that we can continue to answer based on this result, but for the purposes of a root cause analysis and the investigative process and the report that's going to be generated from this and the action items that are going to come out of this, this is right where we want to be for our root cause. Now consider your 5 whys might end up being 2, might be 1, might be 10, might be 15. It really depends on the complexity of the incident and the type of information that you have and the circumstances surrounding it. So the 5 whys is really a title, so don't get caught too much up in that verbiage. But the process is meant to ensure that the investigative process and the investigator is looking as deep as is appropriate and necessary to really find the point where the problem started that caused that incident. Without that determination, you're putting band-aids on symptoms of an underlying problem that has not yet been identified and cannot be solved. And if we don't identify that problem, there's no way to prescribe solutions to ensure that a similar incident or that the issue doesn't crop up again in the future. And that is the whole purpose in investigating incidents in such a regimented fashion. Reporting and documentation. Investigation, evidence gathering, determining the root cause, none of this is of any real value without adequate reporting. Effectively communicating the results of all of this is paramount towards the, again, goal of a 0 accident rate and towards prescribing and following up with any corrective actions that might be appropriate given the incident. There are many templates available online. Insurance companies and underwriters generally have their own formats that they want to see reports. For the United States in particular, the Occupational Health and Safety Administration also provides templates that can be very useful in ensuring accurate and compliant reporting to the Department of Labor and is a good place to start. Aside from that, reporting should at least include basic information like the time and date of the occurrence, the time and date of the report, those directly and indirectly involved, the location, a narrative of the occurrence itself and its circumstances, a cataloging of the information and evidence collected, along with where it is being preserved and the methods used for collection, the root cause and supporting information leading to that determination, the direct and indirect costs of the incident, including sustained injuries, property damage, impact on productivity or similar, regulatory exposure, etc., and most important, corrective actions. Corrective actions from the standpoint of risk control and hazard mitigation are the linchpin of effective incident investigations. An effective incident report should document the answer to this one simple question: what do we do to keep this or something similar from happening again? Clear, actionable, and reasonable corrective measures not only create a path toward the goal of a 0% accident rate, but also demonstrates the organization's commitment to that ideal upon their implementation. So here we are, a completed investigation. What do we do with it now? Follow-up. Without appropriate follow-up following an incident investigation, corrective measures, there really isn't much of a point to doing it in the first place. Safety is a continuous process of improvement, and the results of incident investigations should be taken as an opportunity to improve. Incidents are events that no one ever goes out expecting, and accident prevention and hazard detection are entirely different topics altogether. But when incidents occur, the best thing for any individual or organization to do is objectively look within and determine what can be done better moving forward. To return to a point that I made earlier in the video, you'll note that at no point did the process look to assign individual or individuals blame. Blame is the act of assigning responsibility. There is certainly a place for that, in particular in legal and regulatory proceedings, but this process is about cause, not blame, and admittedly, there are times when this process may assign blame to individuals, but this should be done exceedingly rarely, and only after exhausting all other potential causes. Finding and mitigating causes is a path forward. Blame looks to the past. This has been an admittedly brief overview of the investigatory process with regards in particular to safety incidents. There are whole courses that teach this in much more detail than what I've gone over here from a lot of different perspectives. For instance, an insurance investigation has a whole different focus than an internal investigation. And really what this video is meant to do is give you a good idea from an organizational standpoint what you should be doing when you do encounter incidents. I hope you found this informative, and I'd really like to hear from you in the comments below. Thanks for watching, and remember, life is risk. Manage it well. In the world today, one thing we take for granted is the simplicity and ease at which we can take photographs of the world around us. It wasn't all that long ago that the now simple act of taking a picture took a bit of skill to ensure that what you were trying to capture was captured when the film was eventually developed and returned. Even as the availability of affordable consumer-grade digital cameras became common, actually having a camera with you every moment that could take high-quality pictures in any lighting condition has only really been a thing since the introduction of high-megapixel smartphone cameras and the efficient LED flash. I say that to say this: there's virtually no excuse for not having good, quality photographs of incident scenes, but I've found their absence is still a challenge in reports that I've read, even from some seasoned investigators. At times when pictures are taken, their usefulness can be challenging. In this video, we'll discuss how to take effective pictures at an incident scene, how to catalog and present them, and ensure that they're archived appropriately. The intent of incident pictures. I talked about painting a picture of the incident scene in my Fundamentals of Incident Investigation video, and one of the best ways to do this is through actual photographs. But the phrase, "a picture is worth 1,000 words," is only a half-truth in this context. The intent of incident photography is to capture not only images of the scene, but of the action of an incident in static images. The images must represent the details of the incident you're trying to capture with the least amount of narrative explanation as is possible. Scene picture composition. It will seem rather obvious that to take an effective incident picture, just take pictures of the scene. But how those pictures are taken makes a big difference. These pictures certainly capture the scenes of these accidents, but how useful are they as an investigative tool? Do they show detail in the extent of the damages? Do they show the positioning of relevant objects in the scene to each other? Not really, but these are good photographs. This picture certainly shows the detail of the damaged property, but no context surrounding it. Could you tell what this was, even if you had no familiarity with this type of machine? Could you tell what this picture was trying to describe about the incident? It's important when taking pictures to take both establishing shots of the scene and fine detail shots, but also a lot of intermediate shots to add context. These shots help to forge a much better explanation of the scene together, where individually it may be difficult, not necessarily to tell what you're looking at, but why you're looking at them in the first place. Actual picture quality. One of the luxuries we have with available technology is the ability to preview pictures instantly as they're taken. Do this. Don't just assume that what you're seeing is what's actually captured in the photograph. Lighting conditions, automatic camera settings, and a whole host of other factors can dramatically affect the resulting captured image. The most readily available cameras, the ones on our phones, have a lot of settings that are meant to make taking nice looking vacation photographs and selfies easy, but can make taking effective evidence photos challenging at times. Now, I'm not a professional photographer, so I'll leave the science of photography to those more qualified, but you don't need to be a professional to take good incident photos. As long as you're reviewing your photos and making sure that the image is of sufficient quality that you capture what you want, that's good enough. If possible, it can be helpful to have a dedicated camera that's set up for taking incident pictures, but the logistics of having that camera available can be challenging. The ubiquitous availability of phone cameras is generally the best option. Archiving. This may go without saying, but I'll say it anyway. Offload your pictures as soon as possible. Relying on the device storage alone leaves your pictures vulnerable to a whole host of potential ways to lose them, especially in the chaos of an incident scene. The best option is automatic upload to cloud storage on a network, but if this isn't feasible, ensure that all files are offloaded to a stable and backed up storage system as soon as possible in a way that will preserve any metadata captured along with the photograph. All files should be able to demonstrate that they are original and have not been altered to preserve their integrity as evidence. An item of note: if relying on personal devices for incident pictures, attention should be given to retention policies on those devices. Consult legal professionals for guidance, but the use of personal equipment may expose those devices to legal discovery. Use of photographs and reports. All photographs should be cataloged individually in any written report of an incident by file name, general description, date and time the picture was taken, and where it is stored and archived. It is likely that there will be more pictures taken than what will be used directly in the final report, so this list is essential to ensure that all photographic evidence is notated and communicated. Aside from that, directly embed photographs into reports wherever possible. The use of reference photos in actual incident narratives can be exceptionally helpful in painting that picture of the occurrence in the minds of those that read the report. When used in this way, it can be okay to make some alterations to the photos to highlight what you're describing in words. For instance, cropping, adjusting contrast, exposure levels, zooming, not zoom and enhance.
Enhance. Enhance.
Just print the damn thing!
And other after edits, when used sparingly, can be very useful in completing the final report. Be sure not to alter the originals and keep copies of the edited photographs along with the originals. This will maintain the integrity of the originals and demonstrate transparency in how they were used. One quick note as we wrap up. Videos can be a great tool to show a lot of detail of an incident scene, but they don't take the place of still incident pictures and shouldn't be used to pull still images from. Things like motion blur and steadiness can affect image quality if still frames are cut from a video, and video resolution is of lower quality than still images on many devices. Taking effective incident pictures is a nuanced skill that takes time and practice to become proficient. It is very helpful for investigators to practice this skill as often as possible outside of an active incident and to take time to look at pictures taken by other investigators in real-world scenarios. One easy way to practice is to find a benign situation, attempt to tell the story of that situation only in pictures, give those pictures to a colleague and ask them to tell the story that they see in those pictures. A sort of photographic telephone game. Hearing the story of your pictures from another will help refine your technique. Incident scenes change very quickly, and knowing what's useful and capturing it quickly and accurately can make a huge difference in creating a safer environment. I hope you never have to take incident pictures, but if you do, I hope this video has given you some pointers on how to do that effectively. I hope you found this video informative, and remember, life is risk. Manage it well. When I was 15 and I started my very first quote-unquote real job after being a paperboy, one of the first things I was taught by management has stuck with me to this day. As the story was told, the morning maintenance / cleaning person at a competing restaurant chain was found deceased in a tiny storage closet when staff arrived a few hours later after he started work alone in the morning earlier that day. The investigation into his death revealed that he was mixing an industrial grease cutter with chlorine bleach, preparing to mop the floors. The mixture had basically created mustard gas, ending his life before he even realized there was a danger. This is not an isolated incident. The exact same incident still happens occasionally, and it shouldn't. 29 CFR 1910.1200 is the hazard communication standard under federal law. More commonly, it is known as the right to know. The standard explains the requirement that, at its most basic level, those that work have the right to know under the law about hazardous substances, including that they exist in the workplace, how they can be exposed and what the hazards are, how to safely work with and around them, and specifically how to protect themselves. It is important to know the standard and to have a working understanding of its requirements before any organization sets up its hazardous communication program. It's also very important for workers to have an understanding of the standard as well. Hazard communication is among the top 10 OSHA violations year after year. Between 2021 and 2022, exposure to harmful substances or environments resulted in 600,000 cases of both days away restricted or transferred and days away from work, and kills an estimated 50,000 workers annually in the United States alone. Science and industry constantly innovates, creating new materials, chemicals, and processes that employers and workers need to keep up with to maintain safe facilities and working conditions. The next section of this breakdown will discuss the identification and classification of hazardous materials. Hazardous chemicals are substances that can pose a physical or health risk. Great. How is this determination made? Chemical manufacturers or importers are required to determine the hazards of the products they distribute using CFR 1910.1200, Appendix A and Appendix B. This must occur both when creating something new and anytime there is a change made to the makeup of a chemical or other product. This video is not intended to detail the process of hazard classification, but it's important to have a basic understanding of how classifications and hazards are determined, so I encourage you to take a look at Appendices A and B for more information. Once these determinations are completed, the next and most ubiquitous tool in hazard communication, the safety data sheet, can be authored. Safety data sheets, or SDSs, are the primary way that the hazards of materials are communicated from those that produce them to those that work with them. Before we go too far down this path, though, it's important to make a quick note. For the majority of the existence of the Hazardous Communication Standard, the Material Safety Data Sheet, or MSDS, was the expected format. Due to a number of challenges with that format, the United States adopted the SDS, aligning with the globally harmonized system of classifying and communicating the hazards of chemicals. Among other things, GHS standardized much of the methodology, terminology, labeling, and formatting of chemical hazards all over the world, effectively eliminating confusion based on individual country or regional standards. The most obvious manifestation of this move is the humble SDS sheet. To save time in this video, I'll lay out the sections of an SDS and go over them in detail in another dedicated video. I will highlight that for most individuals, the most important sections, especially in an emergency situation, are Sections 4, First Aid Measures, and Section 8, Exposure Controls and Personal Protection. The 16 sections that must appear on every SDS are Section 1, Identification, Section 2, Hazards Identification, Section 3, Composition and Information on Ingredients, Section 4, First Aid Measures, Section 5, Firefighting Measures, Section 6, Accidental Release Measures, Section 7, Handling and Storage, Section 8, Exposure Controls and Personal Protection, Section 9, Physical and Chemical Properties, Section 10, Stability and Reactivity, Section 11, Toxicological Information, Section 12, Ecological Information, Section 13, Disposal Considerations, Section 14, Transportation Information, Section 15, Regulatory Information, and Section 16, Other Information. So now that we know a bit about SDSs, let's break down the responsibilities for their production and distribution. The manufacturer or distributor of the material is responsible for authoring SDS sheets and ensuring that their contents are complete and accurate. From here, the SDS must accompany that chemical as it moves through the supply chain to its end users. To clear this up a bit, if I am the producer of a base chemical, say sodium hypochlorite, I am responsible for authoring and distributing the SDS for that substance as I supply it to the manufacturers of household bleach. Once the bleach is manufactured, that manufacturer is responsible for authoring and distributing a new SDS as the new product is supplied to, say, a retail outlet. Distribution to workers. In the case of the producer of the NaClO, they must distribute or make available the SDS for that substance to its affected workers, visitors, vendors, or contractors. In the case of the bleach manufacturer, they are required to distribute the SDS for both the NaClO and their bleach product, as both would be on site during manufacturing. In the case of the retail outlet, they're required to distribute the SDS for the bleach to the workers, visitors, vendors, or contractors at their facilities. There have been a variety of acceptable ways to accomplish this, and I'll quote directly from a 2012 OSHA brief here. Employers must ensure that the SDSs are readily accessible to employees for all hazardous chemicals in their workplace. Without going too far down this rabbit hole, when thinking about your SDS database, consider things like technological failures, power outages, internet downtime, and other factors when choosing how to make your SDSs available. Items of note. If relying primarily on digital distribution, it is key that there be devices available that employees can easily locate and that are accessible without any form of passcode at each facility. There should never be any sort of barrier to an employee accessing an SDS while on site. Also consider accessibility to emergency responders. In particular, fire and emergency medical responders will need ready access to information contained in SDSs. During a fire, this information is vital to the safety of the firefighters, and EMS responders will be able to more effectively treat exposure incidents with appropriate SDSs. So how do I know if I need an SDS? SDSs, as we've already discussed, are required to be provided by the manufacturer or importer at the point of sale, shipping, delivery, so most likely you'll receive one with each order or shipment. However, it's good practice for downstream employers to check for SDSs for each chemical at the time of purchase, in particular if it's something you've not acquired in the past. This includes consumer-grade chemicals meant for or purchased at the retail level. Consumer-level labeling and other paperwork may not satisfy the requirements of the Hazard Communication Standard. Why not? Think of the glass cleaner you keep at your home. How often do you use that cleaner and for how long? How much of it do you have stored? There's a different exposure risk presented when chemicals are used at work. At home, you perhaps clean your windows once a week, but a worker at a window washing service uses that chemical every day, all day. Additionally, there's a different risk when a product is purchased and stored in bulk. Take the glass cleaner example and consider a product that contains ammonia. One bottle in a building may not be an issue during a fire, but 40 bottles may just pose an increased risk to firefighters. There are also risks associated with storage of different chemicals and how they might react to each other if accidentally combined. This delves deep into product safety management and is a topic for a whole nother video, but it is a good point to make. Again, it's good practice and policy to require all chemicals to have an SDS sheet before being brought into the workplace, regardless of how long it will be there and its scope of use. It's easy to bring in one container as a trial or for a narrow use case and have 100 before too long, creating a potential regulatory exposure or a risk of an existing chemical becoming mixed and producing a toxic substance or other unforeseen set of circumstances. Another key point is each SDS must be current, which leads to the next topic, SDS auditing and updating. How often are SDSs updated? To take our previous example, if the producer of NaClO makes a change to their product by, say, changing the formula to be NaClO2 for whatever reason, they must alter their SDS accordingly, subsequently requiring the manufacturer of the bleach to alter their SDS, passing it along to the retailer and thereby making it available to their workers. All this should be completed in advance of moving the substance along in the chain. In a perfect world, that would make ensuring that the most updated SDSs are always available at all times very easy, but reality can sometimes throw wrenches into the gears. The easiest way for employers to ensure that SDSs are available and are current is to create an auditing regimen. In fact, there are a lot of third-party SDS databasing companies that provide this service to employers for just this reason. But however it's accomplished, best practice is to audit the contents of an SDS database at least annually, but a more frequent periodicity may be prudent depending on the specifics of the organization. For instance, the bleach manufacturer may make many products that are comprised of a lot of different chemicals, and they may want to audit monthly to cut down on potential issues more frequently than once a year. But just know that no matter the audit schedule, 29 CFR 1910-1200 requires that SDSs be up to date at all times. If it's on site, the SDS must be current and easily accessible. So are there any requirements for training employees in all of this? Absolutely. I'll begin with the most basic quote from the standard. 1910.1200 H1. Employers shall provide employees with effective information and training on hazardous chemicals in their work area at the time of their initial assignment and whenever a new chemical hazard the employee have not previously been trained about is introduced into their work area. Information and training may be designed to cover categories of hazards, i.e. flammability, carcinogenity, or specific chemicals. Chemical-specific information must always be available through labels and safety data sheets. There are more specific requirements listed throughout the full standard, but this is the most basic criteria for training. The training must consist of the requirements of 29 CFR 1910-1200, even if certain sections don't apply or seem to apply, the employer's written HAZCOM program, where in the operation hazardous substances are used, stored, or located, how to access SDSs, detection methods for accidental release, how to recognize them and what to do, the specific hazards of every substance, personal protection methods and requirements, how hazardous substances are labeled at all points of the operation, shipping, receiving, point of use, etc. The regimen of these training requirements is baked right in, but has some nuance. We'll start with a worker brand new to the facility. Before they are assigned work or work in an area potentially affected by a hazardous substance, training in these areas must occur. Logistically, a good time to complete this requirement is as part of the onboarding process. Following that, training must occur for each new hazardous substance introduced or that a worker is exposed to over time, and if updates occur to the substantive contents of an SDS. There are no practical changes for workers. Update training may not necessarily be required. What does this actually look like? It depends a lot on the organization, the potential risks based on the chemical inventory, and many other factors, but there is a key phrase in the standard and many other OSHA standards, and that is effective training. So what the hell does that mean? It means that employers must ensure not only that their hazard communication program is adequate, they also must ensure that each employee exposed to hazardous substances understands and follows the provided training. I'll provide an example. Let's take an employer that provides residential cleaning service and completes HAZCOM training with a new employee that is thorough and even includes a comprehensive test at the end, and the employee gets 100% on that test. The employee has been on the job 2 months and one day gets a caustic tile cleaner in their eye while at a job site due to not following the PPE requirements of chemically protective goggles. Would the training be considered effective? That's a hugely speculative question given this example, but I'll make this point. It's up to the employer to ensure that the training is effective, not the employee. So without an adequate follow-up and oversight, the training's effectiveness cannot really be determined. I say that to say this. Evaluation of the effectiveness of safety training is a continuous exercise, and assuming that employees are following, in this case, hazard communication training and PPE requirements simply because they attended training is arguably inadequate on the part of the employer. I'll look forward to a constructive debate on this point in the comments for sure. So, who needs to be trained in hazard communication? Well, the short answer is everyone, to a degree. This is open to some debate as well, but in my experience, there's rarely a worker from the 2-week HVAC contractor fixing the heating system to C-suite executives that doesn't come in contact with the standard in some way. Anyone that enters a facility is subject to the same potential hazardous substances, regardless of status. And I can't think of a facility that doesn't have some hazardous substance risks, even office buildings. Perhaps the training doesn't need to be as detailed for these folks as it would be for the workers that actually handle the chemicals, so it can be tailored a bit. But if there is no training and there is an exposure incident, the absence will certainly be an issue.
You're gonna have a bad time.
A best practice is to make basic HAZCOM training part of an overall safety onboarding for all employees to ensure that there is a baseline understanding of the employer's program and 29 CFR 1910-1200 in general. More robust training can be reserved for those with higher degrees of risk exposure. So has this video been HAZCOM training? Partially, yes. This video has covered many of the main topics required, and so do off-the-shelf training programs that are available for purchase. But there will always be employer-specific items that must be tailored for the organization, facility, and in most cases, the tasks being performed that generalized training will not satisfy. Keep this last point in mind when designing a hazardous communication training program. I'll leave this topic for now with these last thoughts. HAZCOM is a very core standard in my opinion. There are so many other standards that overlap with HAZCOM and that are dependent on HAZCOM that to overlook it or underestimate its importance or severity is a disservice to an organization and to those that work for it. I hope you found this helpful and it gave you a better understanding of how to begin crafting your hazardous communication program. If you could take a moment to like and subscribe, it would really help out such a small channel reach the right places. And remember, life is risk. Manage it well. I wanted to keep the bulk of this video succinct, but an explanation of GHS pictograms is just too important to omit. Hazardous chemical labeling is its own special kind of confusing at times, but I wanted to highlight the GHS system of labeling. For the average worker and workspace, these labels are, in my opinion, the clearest for workers to understand and the easiest for employers to implement. The 5 sections are easy to fill out with the use of the chemicals SDSs and can be adapted to most types of containers without too much trouble. Additionally, the pictograms used by GHS are, by definition, global and offer the broadest comprehension even where there are language barriers. Thanks again for watching. I watch a lot of YouTube videos, and one channel that I've been subscribed to for a few years, Technology Connections, has a ton of great content and shouldn't really need an introduction from this fledgling channel and its tens of viewers. In a recent video entitled "The Clever Feature That Makes Cheap Heaters Safe and Why They're Actually Dangerous," the topic hit home, or rather hit work for me, and I thought I would share some clips and add my perspective as a workplace safety advocate. I highly encourage you to watch the full video linked in the description, as well as much of the other content of this channel. To use a clip from the original video,
I love nothing better than when more people understand more things more completely. You've probably heard from all sorts of people that electric space heaters are dangerous things which are likely to cause a fire. And it is true, they can be dangerous and they can start fires. However, likely not in the ways you imagine they can. Even this cheap plastic heater, which cost less than $20, has multiple safety devices which make many of the dangerous scenarios you might imagine nearly impossible.
safety is designed right into nearly all products these days. Gone are the days of lawn darts, but I'll insert a brief disclaimer from this video.
The written warnings on a space heater, or really any product, should never be ignored. They were written in blood.
Keep in mind that safety warnings, regulations, and standards are, in fact, written by the injured, maimed, and killed. This is no more true at work than it is at home. I've been in a variety of environments professionally and have had a lot of conversations about the use of space heaters in office, retail, production, and other environments, and have discouraged their use for many of the reasons highlighted in the Technology Connections video. Since I can't explain it any better, this clip highlights the concerns that I generally cite when I have those discussions.
The larger reason space heaters are known to be a fire hazard actually has nothing to do with the heaters themselves and everything to do with your home's electrical wiring. Most of these things which are on the market, regardless of type, will put out 1500 watts of heat, and that requires 12 amps of current at 120 volts. That is the maximum allowed to be drawn continuously from a typical 15 amp circuit, and that means plugging in a space heater becomes an instant stress test for whatever circuit it's on, and that can reveal electrical issues you didn't know about, and potentially with awful consequences. For instance, if there's a very slightly loose wire nut in a junction box somewhere in your walls, or maybe there's a connection point somewhere that's got a little corrosion on it, that's usually not a problem. While it might introduce a little bit of electrical resistance at that point in the circuit, if all you're using that circuit for is charging a laptop or a phone, not much current will go through that connection, so the issue won't ever present itself. But if you plug a space heater in, that can quickly change. That marginal connection point will start heating up because of the large current the heater is drawing through the circuit. And if it heats up too much, that can start a fire. This is made even worse by the fact that technically a space heater should be the only thing on a 15 amp circuit if it's going to be drawing 12 amps. But in real life, it's going to be sharing that circuit with some other stuff, perhaps a TV and a sound system in the living room or a desktop computer in a bedroom. That means when the heater's running at its full power, you're really pushing that circuit. And so if there are any problems with the wiring, they're more likely to become an issue. But I don't wish to fearmonger. That scenario is realistically quite rare. The wiring that's in your walls mostly doesn't get touched unless you're doing remodeling or something, so spontaneous development of issues, while that can happen, is quite rare. However, the receptacles that you plug stuff into, including a space heater, those things get touched all the time. And each time a plug is inserted and then removed from a receptacle, a teeny tiny bit of wear occurs. The springiness of the contacts inside there can weaken, and if the outlet is really worn, it might barely be able to hold on to a plug. Receptacles like that are primed to become a major issue when you plug a 12 amp load into them and let it rip, and they are a major reason electrical fires start when people use space heaters. A poor connection between the plug and receptacle can introduce enough electrical resistance to make the plug extremely hot, to the point of melting wires and burning insulation. If you have loose receptacles in your home, they really should be replaced, which, by the way, is quite easy to do, but you're going to have to look for your own information and guidance there. But then, even with a perfectly cromulent electrical system with everything in hunky-dory tip-top shape, there's the problem of extension cords and power strips. Although it is sometimes inconvenient, a space heater should always be plugged directly into a wall outlet. No splitters, no power taps, directly into a wall outlet. Extension cords, power strips, and all those adapters and whatnot are not built to the same standards that actual receptacles are. So although those products may technically be rated to pass more current than a space heater needs, their often poor construction means each individual connection might not be so great, and it introduces an element of risk, which you might as well just not introduce.
Power strips are used everywhere in business, in particular where there are workstations with computers and other electronic equipment. It's uncommon for buildings to be set up with direct wired plugs that accommodate the power needs of all equipment, except in the most purpose-built facilities. And even then, configurations and equipment needs change all the time, and rewiring the facility is not always feasible or simply isn't part of the plan. I've made a point to a few IT professionals over the years about power strips they're forced to use when setting up workstations. I explained that power strips can probably handle much of what they are plugging in, but what worried me in a professional environment was what else ended up being plugged in over time by others. Space heaters being of the most concern. Many don't have an understanding of the uncommon dangers of overloading a circuit, and I would end up with examples like these from time to time. What I hope to parrot by sharing these clips here is not only the dangers of certain use cases of space heaters, but also that a lot of safety, in particular in the workplace, is about dangers that don't generally exist, or at least not to the same degree, in the home environment. To stay on topic, your circuits at home are unlikely to become overloaded with normal residential equipment. But install something like a mini fridge on one side of a bedroom and a space heater on the other, and the circuit that supplies these receptacles can easily become overloaded if the conditions are right. This is so much more likely in a work environment with needs, layouts, and conditions changing regularly. There is an old joke about checking accounts that may be analogous. A customer goes into the bank and complains that they bounced a check. The teller says, "Your last 2 checks overdrew your account." The customer pulls out their checkbook and says, "I can't be overdrawn. I still have checks left." Just because there is an open plug in the wall or power strip doesn't mean you have capacity left. Please keep this in mind and remember to check out the full video and all the other content on Technology Connections.
We aren't so scared of objectively dangerous things when we understand what those dangers actually are and how we can avoid them.
Life is risk. Manage it well. Sometimes accidents at work are funny, and it's okay to laugh. This sure isn't a statement that a channel with safety in its name should be making, but I've certainly made my fair share of humorous mishaps, so I really can't throw stones at that glass house too hard. The intrinsic humor of some of these clips can't be denied when the video shows near misses or cuts before an accident reaches a tragic conclusion. It's a natural response to try and find humor in bad situations, particularly when we can identify with them. One reason why workplace safety can often feel so hard to take seriously is because we each don't want to imagine the extent of the consequences that can arise from the routine risks we take day to day. If you were to ask a steel factory worker in the late 1800s what worried them the most about their job, and asked a modern-day steel factory worker the same question, the answers would be likely very similar. But ask those same two workers when the last time one of their coworkers died, and those answers would be vastly different on average. In fact, ask yourself in whatever industry you're in, when was the last time someone died in your industry, or when you even last thought of that possibility? Whatever your answer is, I'm sure it differs from that of previous generations, and that the possibility is a lot less prevalent in your mind. There are a lot of reasons for the dramatic decline throughout the 20th century, continuing to this day, in major workplace accidents. The rise of labor unions had a large impact on safe working conditions and still does. OSHA in the United States and other agencies across the world also play a positive role. The insurance industry encourages businesses to make safety a priority in their workplace. And individual worker education and expectations also plays a very large part as well. These surely are not the only factors, but probably have been the primary motivators for how dramatically far the needle has shifted the past few decades. This is one of the reasons that some workplace accidents can evoke such a humorous response. Severe accidents are increasingly uncommon and now not so very personal. In the EHS industry, we talk a lot about leading and lagging indicators. Leading indicators are signs forewarning of a potential accident vector. This can be things like a jump in minor lacerations, increased near-miss reporting or safety concerns, the introduction of a new machine or process that introduces risk, and many others. Lagging indicators are accident vectors that have already produced tangible results or actual incidents or injuries. I'm certainly not a genius for pointing out that by the time lagging indicators manifest, it's already too late. While there is, in my opinion, still too much emphasis on lagging indicators, the simple fact that leading indicators are being identified much more often makes the real personal consequences of workplace accidents all that much less of an impact to the average employee or employer. Sentiments like, "It won't happen to me though," "I'm better than that," "We don't have those kinds of issues in this company," or "We can't afford it," can stem from this lack of personal experience with the consequences of accidents and injuries. And when it comes time to think about safety, the most common image that springs to mind now, for many, is that funny fail video. I say all of that to say this. I think it's a good thing. It's a good thing that we've reached a point where the vast majority of workers identify more with rough cut near miss videos than the dangers they actually face in the workplace. But take that with a massive grain of salt. Just because something doesn't happen all that often anymore doesn't mean that it can't and isn't devastating when it does. The key factors in safety training and a good safety program is awareness and engagement. All of the training sessions, seminars, PPE rules, safety committee meetings, and insurance requirements amount to exactly nothing if the organization and its workforce are not aware and engaged, not only of their own safety, but everyone's. So accept the humor of some workplace accidents. They can't be undone. It can be another tool towards raising awareness and engagement in a world full of risk. Thank you for watching. If you liked the video, please hit that like button, leave comments if it helped or if it didn't, and consider subscribing to the channel. Be safe and productive out there, and remember, life is risk. Manage it well. When was the last time you thought about your vision? Seriously, for the majority of us, we probably take our vision for granted until we start having problems. Degradation of our vision can be so slight that it might take a long time to recognize that there is an issue, and it's such a common symptom of age that we probably rarely even think that the cause is anything other than that, less some form of illness or trauma. But take a moment to think about how delicate and sensitive your eyes are. Small, fluid-filled sacs under about 20 millimeters of mercury of pressure, relatively loosely set in the skull, facing nearly every new condition or obstacle you encounter. Now, they've evolved some fairly good protections in the form of strong and sturdy eye sockets to protect them from blunt trauma, eyebrow ridges and hairs to send liquids around the eye, eyelids and lashes to keep a lot of fine particulates from damaging the lenses, and tears to wash out foreign matter quickly. We've even developed instinctive reactions to turn away from bright lights and harsh winds. All of these protections are reactions to natural hazards in the environment, but we started removing ourselves from our natural habitat as soon as we figured out how. All things being equal, this would be great news for our eyes and eye health in general. But in the place of what we're avoiding, we've installed new ways to damage our eyesight. For instance, have you ever had an MRI? There are a ton of questions that they ask to ensure that the machine doesn't cause any damage to you, mostly about your relationship with metals. But one question that will send you for a head x-ray is, have your eyes ever been exposed to metal fragments? Now, I won't go into the particulars as to why they ask that question, but answer that question for yourself. I'm sure you could probably remember a time when someone somewhere was using an angle grinder or a hand file and your eyes were unprotected if you haven't done those things yourself. This is what I mean when I talk about all the new ways we've invented to damage our eyes. As a responder to counted but countless calls for medical assistance of varying severity and situation, I've always taken special care with injuries and trauma to, around, and about the eyes. But oddly, I've had to use a lot of words to convince those with eye injuries, contamination, or other issues to seek follow-up medical care. And even more words to explain why requirements for eye protection of various types is so important. Few could offer cogent arguments against eye protection, but it's still one of the most often willfully skirted safety requirements I've encountered. I've watched as people timidly slide their glasses on as a manager or safety professional walks by and slap them off immediately once they're out of view. I would imagine the internal thought is something like, what are the chances something's going to go directly into my tiny eyeball? We'll start there with a few stories. The first is during my time in the hospitality industry. It was a common practice for housekeeping staff to store their spray chemicals on the handles of their room carts while cleaning rooms. One day, an experienced housekeeper was pushing their cart down the hall and hit a wall. causing the spray bottle with a very acidic tile cleaner to discharge across the cart directly into their eyes. The next story is of a worker who was attempting to secure 2 pieces of plastic with a type of superglue while assembling part of a machine. When the pieces snapped together, excess glue shot out from between each piece directly into their left eye. Lastly, a maintenance worker was performing routine checks on a production line that consisted of low-pressure chemical dispensing equipment when a hose clamp failed. Portions of the hose clamp struck their eye socket directly above their right eye. Eye protection was only required in the last of these 3 examples, but was not being worn. In the first example, the chemical was quickly phased out for something much safer, and the second resulted in eye protection requirements being initiated. These are just 3 of the issues that I've directly dealt with, and a tiny fraction of the nearly 20,000 annual severe eye injuries reported in the US alone. A side note, due to the way that OSHA and the BLS tabulate eye injuries in the United States, the data focusing more on the loss of vision or the physical loss of an eye, it can be difficult to truly assess in the data how many incidents involve more minor or cumulative injuries to the eye or degradation of vision over time. I say that to say this. Cumulative damage to the eye can be just as destructive to the overall health of the eye as episodes of trauma. I'm certainly no optician, but it doesn't take a massively wrinkled brain to work out that if you have 10 corneal abrasions over 20 years of metalworking, that it's fairly likely that you're going to start having some vision issues, all other things being equal, of course. The same might go for individuals exposed to UVB light sources over a career curing adhesives or paints, or those that stare intently at a computer monitor all day, every day. Another side note here to state the obvious that medical checkups are paramount towards health in general, eye health being no different. So, what do we do to protect our vision for the long term at work? Well, I already mentioned one of the most common forms of eye protection earlier in this video, protective eyewear. This generally takes the form of commonly required safety glasses that are usually intended to protect the eyes from impact damage from debris, but that also provide protection against heat, nuisance dust, radiation, and liquid or chemical splashes under the ANSI Z87.1 or Z87.1 Plus standards. If you're interested in knowing more about the testing process to achieve compliance with this standard, check out the link in the description. Even though I'm not going to go into the minutiae of the standards here, I'll make this point because I've had to make it many times. Not all glasses are safety glasses. The general prescription eyewear and readers, what I'll call regular glasses, worn for vision correction, provide little to no performative protections against these hazards and can cause more severe damage to the eyes in some instances. Here's why. The lenses and general constructions of regular glasses, when struck, can shatter into small pieces that become dislodged from the frames, forcing not only the original object, but the glass itself into the eyeball. Let's face it, glasses are a fashion accessory. Sure, prescription glasses correct vision problems, but when choosing frames and overall design of glasses, this is a highly individualized choice, and most of us go for looks over function.
Oh man, they look nice. I had a pair just like them.
Well, after the game, I'm gonna pick out a pair that's more me.
Good luck.
They look good. Besides, seeing's the most important thing, son. I don't think it's that important.
This means that what we're wearing probably won't adequately protect the eyes from splash or nuisance dust. Without wraparound protection above and below the eyes, there's a good chance that a splash of chemical or dust will still get into the eyes. This is the type of safety glasses that most everyone seems to be able to get behind. Who doesn't love a good pair of sunglasses, right? Especially when you work outside for any period in the sun. This is not the only use case, though, for radiation protection. UV light is used in a variety of ways in industry, and UVB in particular can cause significant issues over both short and long-term exposures, and there's a specific class of safety glasses for those cases. I won't even get into safety eyewear for heavy environments like caustic chemical production, welding, hazardous materials cleanup, or biohazardous environments. This video isn't an ad for all the different types and combinations of safety glasses. My point is to demonstrate that eyewear isn't just for correcting vision, and we have no issues wearing some types of protective eyewear. Probably none of us have a problem with voluntarily and happily putting on a stylish pair of shades. So why then can it be so hard to get us to wear safety glasses? Simply, they just don't look cool. But imagine your life without vision. No more TV, no more gaming, no more watching the seasons change, no more watching your kids grow up. Whether or not it's a requirement where you work, be aware that some of the hazards that can affect your vision may not be all that evident or common, but they exist. Many workplaces require some measure of eye protection, but it would be a good bet that not a single one would ban it. No matter what eye protection that's required or that you choose to use, emergency eye wash stations are still imperative in areas where foreign matter may still enter the eye. Their requirements, best practices, and the regulations that govern them warrants a dedicated video, but I'll make a few points before we wrap up this video. There is no substitute for plumbed eye wash stations. Bottle stations, portable stations, and others that are on the market seem like a good option, but they're not approved by regulatory agencies for a lot of very good reasons. Simply stated, an emergency eye wash station must be supplied with a constant supply of clean, fresh, tepid water. Even plumb stations need to be regularly inspected and maintained, so imagine what that bottle station's water would be like to spray into your eyes after it's been on the wall for a few years.
Definitely an OSHA violation, that's for sure.
Oh, absolutely. Everybody's getting sued.
Again, I'll go over these requirements in an upcoming video, but keep your eyes out for these items in your workplace and where adequate eye wash stations are located in your facility. Eye protection exists to help you keep your vision clear, but they are your eyes. Let them show you a clear and vibrant view of the world around you as long as they can. Thank you for watching, and remember to hit that like button if you like the video, or if you don't like the video, hit that dislike button and let me know why in the comments. It really does help. Subscribe to the channel and hit that notification bell to stay updated on new videos and topics as they're published. Hello everyone, and welcome to another nearly exciting video. As promised in a recent video, today I'll be covering the hierarchy of controls. This is one of the bedrock principles of safety in general, and is just about the most important tool in gauging the effectiveness of proposed mitigation efforts when workplace hazards are identified. Safety is never absolute. I've jokingly said if no one ever left the house and lived in hermetically sealed hamster holes, we wouldn't have to worry about hazards and risk would be something only talked about in history textbooks. But who would ever really want to live in that world? So we all wake up each day and face the risks of walking down the stairs, going to the store, attending school, or completing a shift at work, mostly aware that something bad may happen at any moment, but that it usually won't. This doesn't mean that we don't recognize hazards in our environment. We wouldn't have survived to this point otherwise. I would argue that one of the most defining characteristics of survival is being able to recognize risks. The second is how to react to them. So here we humans are, at the top of our game, building civilizations for thousands of years, all the while identifying and cataloging the risks we faced along the way, and getting to the point now that many of us don't even have to think about even identifying risks anymore. Many of them have practically been eliminated to one degree or another. For instance, when was the last time you had to personally identify the signs of risk associated with the weather? Weather forecasting and alerts are so commonplace that people get upset when a swimming pool is shut down due to the impending threat of lightning. This, though, is not a video about how to identify risks and hazards. That will come in a different video. But how to go about minimizing that risk where it's found in the workplace. Hell, this is also very useful outside the workplace too, but I digress. Just for a little bit of history, in 1950, a full 2 decades before OSHA was formed in 1970, the National Safety Council introduced their system of reducing workplace hazards, the hierarchy of controls. Starting at the top with the most effective and moving towards the least effective, it consisted of elimination of the hazard outright, substitution of the hazard for less hazardous options, engineering controls of the hazard, administrative controls of the hazard, and personal protective equipment implementation to protect from the hazard. These may seem a bit self-explanatory, but I'll give some examples of each based on a simple scenario I've used in a previous video. The hotel housekeeping employee that accidentally sprayed a caustic tile cleaner into their eyes. Keep this scenario in mind as we move down the pyramid. Elimination of the hazard would be fairly obvious, but does come with some analysis. The question in this case could be, and was, do we really need to clean the tile at all? Stopping the activity that introduces the hazard would certainly eliminate the hazard. I've seen this happen in the real world, but it is admittedly rather rare for legitimate tasks. It's kind of difficult to stop doing something that is necessary to function as a business or organization. Substitution for a less hazardous option is a quite often overlooked but highly effective solution to many hazards. If you watched my video on eye protection, you already know that this was one of the solutions to our example scenario. In that case, the caustic tile cleaner was substituted out of common use for a much more mild cleaner for general use. Just as a quick note here, substitution is substitution for a less hazardous option. Does not remove the hazards. Another, maybe less significant hazard is installed in its place, but that hazard also needs to be addressed and mitigated in exactly the same way as any other hazard. Engineering control is a solution to a hazard that basically physically separates employees from hazards during normal use cases. Common example of an engineering solution is in biohazard isolation chambers, both in real life and that we've all seen in movies and other media. Another very effective example of this that I've seen employed is in the realm of taking water meter readings. Historically, this generally required an individual to descend an underground access hole to visually read a meter installed on the delivery equipment from the water company. In many cases, this is a confined space entry, and of those times, it's a permit required confined space entry, exposing employees to a laundry list of potentially fatal hazards if not properly executed. As technology advanced, it became possible to read meters from meters away wirelessly. Heck, before that, there were ingenious solutions as simple as a digital camera attached to a pole, engineering the risks associated with confined space entries completely out of the equation. Administrative controls can take many forms, but basically is the creation of workplace rules, standard operating procedures, and policies surrounding the hazard crafted to prevent employees from being exposed to them. For instance, in the original example of the tile cleaner, it became policy not to have the caustic tile cleaner on the housekeeping carts. If it was necessary to use, it would be retrieved from a chemical storage room, used, and replaced immediately following to limit the exposure risks the chemical presented. Personal protective equipment is the final protection considered when all other control methods aren't feasible. PPE is its own series of video topics, but for the sake of brevity, and with respect to the tile cleaner example, in the instances where it must be used, adequate PPE was mandated to protect from the hazards presented by using the chemical. Each of these controls do have their drawbacks. Elimination of the hazard may limit productivity in one way or another, as can substitution. Engineering controls can be expensive to implement in the short term or be impossible given the particulars of how the hazards present themselves in practice. Administrative controls rely on good, effective training, oversight, and the willingness and ability of each individual to comply with the controls of the policies. PPE is often uncomfortable, in some cases expensive, cumbersome, or unavailable, and in some cases may add additional hazards like limited visibility or dexterity that require additional controls and analysis. Even with the drawbacks, over the 75 years since the introduction of the hierarchy of controls and the 55 years since they were codified by OSHA in the United States and used around the world, this model has changed very little and has been proven effective in the reduction of exposures to hazards in the workplace and therefore the number of injuries and accidents. There are some variations on this theme. For instance, OSHA splits administrative controls into two separate sections on their hierarchy of controls worksheet, and there are versions that further break down the control methods for specific activities, for instance, working at heights. But for the majority of hazard categories, the classic hierarchy will suffice. It's important to point out directly that the effectiveness of these controls decrease rapidly as the pyramid is descended. I've seen too often mitigation efforts skip the consideration of more effective methods higher up the pyramid. Most commonly, I've seen quick jumps all the way to the bottom with PPE when other methods would be more effective and in many cases cheaper and easier to implement with consistency and better results. Also keep in mind that appropriate controls for a particular hazard may, and most times will, require multiple controls all the way up and down the pyramid. Take our example of the tile cleaner from earlier. Substitution was used in conjunction with administrative controls for the use cases that led to the eye injury. Another combination of substitution, administrative controls, and PPE were used for the remaining use case where substitution wasn't feasible and elimination was not an option. But perhaps a renovation is coming up in the next 2 years. An elimination control could become viable if the tile was switched to a different surface material that's much more effectively cleaned with much milder chemicals, completely eliminating the need for the hazard altogether. Here I'll also make another very important point. Oftentimes, the easiest way to point out how well the hierarchy of control works in practice is to point them out following an incident or injury, but they are intended to prevent hazards from affecting employees in the first place. This is why these controls should be considered and EHS professionals consulted early in project planning stages and other forms of strategic planning in organizations. To illustrate this, a resort was in the process of building a new swimming pool complex, and among the many decisions that went into the planning and construction of this facility, the subject of chlorine delivery, storage, and disbursement occurred. Traditionally, chlorine is delivered by hand in barrels to a chemical disbursement room, and periodically staff needs to switch out the barrels by hand and adjust levels based on surface testing. Both operations require extensive training in chemical safety procedures and specialized PPE, adding costs and increasing risk for daily operations. In this case, chemical safety was baked into the design from day one. A closed-loop system was devised and installed that allowed for deliveries to take place from a sealed tanker outside the facility through a built-in piping system and directly into the holding tank indoors in a segregated protected room. This, coupled with remote controls for adjusting distribution levels, effectively minimized and partially eliminated the very real risks associated with chemical exposure for the average facility employee. Not only did this do wonders for employee safety, it also helped the bottom line in the long run. The number of employees requiring expensive training and PPE was dramatically reduced for the life of the facility, on top of the obvious risk management benefits. I say all that to say this. If you haven't baked this model into every aspect of your organization, or you don't go to work every day with this on your mind, start today. It's a lot easier to do in the beginning of a project or as you start your business or when you start work for the day than trying to do it retroactively. Hell, it's free. Your organization can't do it alone. Recognizing and reporting hazards is everyone's responsibility, but keep in mind that there may be multiple levels of controls already in place for some hazards, and following the requirements of your facility is key to your safety and the safety of others. On top of the requirement to recognize hazards in the workplace, employers of all sizes are also required to do something about them to keep them from affecting workers. While this may sometimes feel like a drag on the organization's money and time, the appropriate employment of tools like the hierarchy of controls can create an environment that builds a much more efficient and productive workplace and really is a good return on the initial investment. Take safety hazards and their mitigation seriously at all levels. Keep those lines of communication open and honest about hazards, and you're going to have the best time. Thank you for watching. I hope you found this video informative and that it helped you understand the application of the hierarchy of controls in a little bit more detail. If you liked the video and you like where this channel is headed, please drop a like. It really does help above and beyond watch time. Subscription to the channel is certainly very much appreciated, and I hope to see you next time in the next video. In this video, we'll discuss how automatic fire sprinkler systems work, and probably more importantly, how most of them don't work. Before we begin, a whopping 94% of those watching my videos aren't subscribed. If you like what this channel offers, please click that subscribe button. It would be appreciated more than you know. It's a small act for you, but it will mean a lot to me and to the channel. Over the years, I've worked with a number of different automatic sprinkler systems, and I'm always surprised with how they are perceived to work outside fire protection and safety disciplines. It seems simple enough. When a fire starts, water sprays out of the nozzles and puts the fire out by interrupting the fire triangle. As the diagram suggests, for a fire to be maintained, all three elements of the fire triangle need to be present and maintained at sufficient levels. You need only remove one and the chain reaction will stop and the fire will go out. Sprinkler systems act on the heat of the fire, reducing it to a level below which combustion can occur and stopping the chain reaction. As a colleague of mine was fond of saying, you put the wet stuff on the hot stuff. My first video on this channel was a case study on one of the deadliest structure fires in US history. At the end of that video, I highlighted simulations that were run by NIST that demonstrated how differently that fire would have spread if the venue installed an automatic sprinkler system. Quick note here to save me from saying the word automatic over and over again. While there are manually activated sprinkler systems for some applications, the vast majority of sprinkler systems are activated without human involvement. Keep this in mind as I'll discuss manual systems briefly as I move throughout the video. Technically speaking, there are four main types of systems: wet, dry, deluge, and pre-action. There are a lot of different ways to configure each of these systems, so we'll break them down a little bit further. My goal here is not to make experts in sprinkler design, installation, or maintenance, but more to break down the way they operate in practice, with focus on wet and dry systems as they are the most common type you're likely to find in your workplace. We'll start with a brief description of each type of system in general terms. Wet systems are systems that have water, or in some cases a wet extinguishing agent, throughout the system at all times. Take a look at a sprinkler head, and that system is described as being charged right up to that and every other head. A good way to think about it is the water faucets you have at home. Turn the handle, water immediately comes out. Dry systems are systems that are either entirely or partially devoid of liquids. In many cases, pressurized air is what you'll find first if a head on that system activates, followed by water or an agent as the air pressure is released. There are some systems that are uncharged with air or water that rely on water pressure upon activation. Dry systems are mostly installed in areas that are subject to freezing temperatures such as crawl spaces, attic areas, and unheated foyers or warehouses. Upon activation, these systems are similar to a drained outdoor faucet being turned on for the first time in the spring. If you don't live in a place that has cold winters, I'm sorry if that analogy falls a bit flat. Deluge systems are the systems most people are familiar with from TV and movies. When needed, the entire system, or every head in a zone, activates at the same time. Deluge sprinklers are applied where there is a danger of fire so high that the entire area needs to be immediately doused regardless of how large the initial incident is. This is how sprinklers are shown to activate in most produced media, usually for story or comedic reasons, but not generally how the majority of installed sprinkler systems work. Pre-action systems are designated to activate based on a specific or series of predetermined events to minimize any false activations. These types of events can be something like the detection of heat above a certain threshold and the detection of a significant smoke density, or a variety of other event detections that together meet predetermined criteria to activate the sprinklers. They're usually reserved for sensitive applications with high value or irreplaceable contents like art museums or data centers where false activations must be curtailed as water damage may be completely unrecoverable. In many of these use cases, specifically designed clean agent systems are often opted for instead of a water sprinkler system for just this reason. They extinguish fires by reducing heat in a different way or by interrupting a different part of the fire triangle with materials that leave no residue and that are electrically non-conductive, but that's a whole nother topic. The basic parts of a sprinkler system are, well, pretty basic in their overall concept. First, you need a water source. Usually the same water source as the potable water for the facility, but this can occasionally vary. Second, you need sufficient water pressure. The water pressure needs of a sprinkler system can be higher than the pressure from your water source, so oftentimes a dedicated water pump or fire pump is installed to ensure that the system can meet the pressure required for design needs. The third part is the interior piping to send water to all the zones and individual sprinkler heads, and the fourth is the sprinkler head itself. The sprinkler head is basically a nozzle and consists of a sealing assembly, temperature-sensitive glass tube, and a water deflector. The design of sprinkler heads vary depending on things like how much water they need to flow and spread pattern to ensure that the head properly spreads water over the desired coverage area. Quick note here, there are times when, for a variety of reasons, sprinkler heads are recessed. For these applications, there is a mechanism that holds the assembly in the recessed position that releases via water pressure when the head activates. Now that we've gotten the basics out of the way, I would venture to guess that you've probably never been around when a sprinkler system is activated. Most people haven't. Hell, the ones I've been a part of were exclusively due to system malfunctions, freezing pipes, or because somebody messed with it. Under actual fire conditions, this is how wet and dry systems generally work. Inside a sprinkler head, there is a small glass tube wedged between the spreader and the sealing assembly that keeps the head closed. These tubes are engineered to break apart above a certain temperature range, releasing water at the desired flow rate. So the shatter temperature of those tubes needs to be reached for each individual head for that head to activate. Heat dissipates very quickly in open air, and if the temperature is reached for one head, it is unlikely that other nearby heads will activate in the majority of cases, unless there are multiple fires or the initial head fails to extinguish the instigating fire. One of the most common misconceptions when it comes to sprinkler systems is when there's a fire, all the sprinklers go off simultaneously. And I can understand why. Heck, I've had highly educated engineers fall victim to this perception, but in TV, movies, and other media, it's generally how they're shown to work for story or comedic reasons. The majority of systems are designed to confine the water to the area or areas where the fire actually is and where the sprinkler system is needed to limit water damage. Sprinklers, if designed and maintained properly, are exceptional at putting out fires before they spread. But once the fire is out, water will keep flowing until turned off by responding personnel. This is a fail-safe to make sure that a fire does not spread uncontrollably if the building's unoccupied or has been evacuated. Sprinklers flow a ton of water. In one instance I was a part of, the sprinkler flowed so much water that it began to flood a small enclosed foyer faster than the water could run out of the drains and the door gaps. Following a fire, a large portion of the cost associated with recovery can be attributed to water damage and not direct fire damage, so you can see why limiting water damage is taken into consideration. Dry systems act in the exact same way with most of the same equipment, but in those systems there is an initial release of air out of the head as water pushes air out of the piping on its way to the open head. Let me tell you, the sound of air whistling through a sprinkler head is otherworldly, even if you're expecting it. Dry systems are installed most commonly where there is a risk of freezing temperatures. In order to retain the reliability of wet pressurized systems, this is accomplished by maintaining air pressure above the freezing line with a heavy-duty manifold to keep water down and to keep it ready at all times. This is accomplished with a small air pump that will run sporadically if the air pressure drops too low. These relatively simple, robust solutions are great for most applications. They can also be easily integrated with otherwise wet systems where appropriate for the facility. Wet systems that contain antifreeze exist, but usually require a bit more preventative maintenance over time. As alluded to earlier, there are systems that are designed to activate zones or even entire systems all at once. Deluge systems. You'll find those in very specialized applications with particularly flammable or explosive environments where even a small fire or just excessive heat with no active fire may create conditions that would be instantly catastrophically destructive if prevention methods fail. Good examples would be a system in, say, a fireworks factory or a propane tank storage facility. These types of systems are far more nervous and paranoid in their design and implementation, but for particularly hazardous environments, water damage is of least concern, so you really want to hit the whole area with water quickly and keep hitting it for as long as possible. Pre-activation systems are functionally similar to the types of systems already discussed, with their uniqueness coming in the methods of activation and the way they behave once activated. The criteria can be very customized to the specific facility, so we're not really going to go into a great amount more detail in this video about pre-activation systems. So now that we know the basics of how sprinkler systems work, how do we know where we need them or don't need them? This is where the National Fire Protection Association comes in, at least in the United States, specifically NFPA 13. The requirements set in NFPA 13 are extensive, and we're not going to go over them chapter and verse here in this video. Their application can be very different not only for different structures, but can also vary wildly based on how a space will be used, what will be stored there, how many people occupy a space, and a whole host of other requirements to ensure that the installed sprinkler system will be able to adequately meet the demands of the fire risk posed. If you're a business owner or facilities manager, for best results, contact a reputable and licensed sprinkler system design firm to help determine if your sprinklers are adequate and in good repair. There really are just too many variables to begin discussing in this video. And don't forget your insurance company. In fact, for many, starting with your insurance company yields the best results, as it is in their best interest to provide assessments for your facility. They can get you started down the road to not only a compliant sprinkler system, but one that just might reduce your insurance premiums over time. Sprinklers are mostly in the background and an often neglected but crucial piece of infrastructure for any facility. It's a lot easier than you might think to end up with a deficient or even non-functional sprinkler system if repair and maintenance guidelines and requirements aren't followed. The basic OSHA requirements can be found under CFR 1910.159 automatic sprinkler systems. This is one of the shorter standards under OSHA, as the standards and practices are found in and mainly maintained by NFPA codes. OSHA codifies these statements into law with this statement. OSHA does provide some specifics as to what's expected with regards to ensuring that a sprinkler system is operational and adequate for the hazards present. I encourage review of this standard and the entirety of Subpart L for all facilities, as it not only outlines sprinkler requirements, but fire protection requirements in general as well. Be aware, though, that there are other regulatory bodies that may also have jurisdiction in addition to OSHA. State and local fire regulations and requirements may vary or have requirements above and beyond the requirements of OSHA. All this being considered, we'll stick with a good all-around approach along with what is minimally required. It is an excellent idea to complete monthly visual inspections of the general condition of the system, along with tracking of appropriate system pressures, the general cleanliness of the system and all of its parts, damage to the system, small leaks or ice buildup, clearance for all sprinkler heads and access to system controls, and any other issues that can be noticed that will lessen or prevent a sprinkler system from functioning properly. These are all things that can be easily accomplished with minimal training or expertise in plumbing or fire sprinkler maintenance. Regular flow testing is also required to ensure that sprinklers are functional and that proper flow rates are maintained. At a bare minimum, this should be done annually, but quarterly is prescribed by the NFPA, and a more frequent regimen may be required or desired based on the type of occupancy or the particular locality. Countries outside the United States may also have different requirements, but this video is certainly long enough already, assuming you haven't clicked away yet. I'll leave you with this video from NIST to demonstrate how these systems save lives and property. This test is simulating the conditions as investigated on the night of the fire, including building material approximations, size and shape of the room, and ignition conditions. The second test simulated the exact same room, materials, and conditions, but with an appropriate sprinkler system installed. There's no question that the cost of a sprinkler system is worth it, but just don't forget about it and expect that it will work when you need it without proper maintenance, calibration, and upgrades. As a comparison, the majority of cars sold in the world today run out their entire life cycle without the airbags ever being deployed. But when you need them, you really, really need them. So ensuring that they're ready to go at all times is in your best interest. Sprinkler systems are certainly no different. Like I said at the beginning of this video, this isn't meant to make sprinkler system design experts or maintenance folks out of anybody watching. It's really to give a good idea as to the basic components of a sprinkler system, how they work, how they're expected to work, and some of the things that can go wrong over time if not properly maintained and inspected. Really hope you found this interesting and informative. If you liked the video, please give a like. Please consider subscribing to the channel. I'd like to get off lucky number 13 if possible. I'm not a particularly superstitious individual, but 14 would be nice. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you on the next video. My earliest educational background is in criminal justice. It's what I studied in college before making my way into private security in an organization at which security and safety were effectively combined. It's where I became familiar with life safety, OSHA, and environmental health and safety as a whole, leading to that being my primary career in one way or another for the majority of my adult life. It's because of this that I don't make much of a distinction between safety and security. Although there are distinct differences in the focus of each, to me, it's difficult to practically separate the disciplines in real life. The goal of security is, after all, to provide safety when it all boils down. This is what brings me to the topic of this video, broken windows, and how I think it fits into employee and workplace safety as a whole. If the only thing that broken windows brings to mind is Microsoft, it was a concept that was often discussed with regards to policing. Broken windows was first introduced in a 1982 article by James Q. Wilson and George L. Kelling. It's often cited as a theory, and there have been subsequent academics based on this article, but the basic tenet set in the article is, if a window in a building is broken and is left unrepaired, all of the rest of the windows will soon be broken. This is as true in nice neighborhoods as it is in rundown ones. Window breaking does not necessarily occur on a large scale because some areas are inhabited by determined window breakers, whereas others are populated by window lovers. Rather, one unrepaired broken window is a signal that no one cares, and so breaking more windows costs nothing.
Hey, excuse me.
Hi there, hello.
Hi there, hello. Did you break that window behind you?
I did, yeah, I broke it, and now here we are.
Did you do that on purpose?
I did, yeah, very much so.
That shouldn't be allowed.
Well, see, I like the noise that glass makes when it breaks. It goes, which is a noise that I like.
Yeah, obviously that's one of the coolest noises there is, but that's not your window.
The world's my playground, I decided.
It received popular attention in the 1990s largely due to some controversial policies implemented by then Police Chief of New York City, William Bratton, that were based on the concept. I'm not going to go into that controversy. My goal is not to open debates on the effectiveness of the derivative policies and procedures in policing, but to discuss the concept of the article itself and apply it to the world of workplace safety and health. It's something that's stuck with me and has served me fairly well over the years. It's another tool in my toolbox to be applied while trying to help keep people safe and healthy while they work. It's probably helpful to reframe broken windows a bit. The article offered an explanation of some human behaviors. It's certainly one of many and not meant to represent a be-all, end-all explanation for undesirable actions, but it does pose some interesting arguments that I've seen play out anecdotally in the real world. At its root, it proposes two theoretical communities identical in every way. Same buildings, same socioeconomic status, same people, identical. The only difference is in the first community, a broken window is found and promptly repaired, and in the second community, a broken window goes unrepaired and ignored. How the initial windows are broken doesn't matter so much. Could be vandalism, the weather, normal wear and tear, really anything. The postulation is that the broken window in the second community will provide an implied permission for an inclined individual to actively break another window. The inference being that no one cared about this broken window, and throwing a rock to break a window can be fun, so why not?
It's just a window I found out here during my travels, so that you shouldn't be breaking stuff that's not yours. Why would I break my own stuff? Then my stuff would be broken. Listen, my man, that's a hard line of reasoning to argue with, but still, this doesn't seem right.
As you may have already guessed, the idea is that this becomes a behavior that grows exponentially as more windows are broken, and the behavior will spread through the community in one way or another. Not everyone in the community will break windows, of course, but more people with the inclination will divine implied permission over time as more and more windows are smashed, until the entire community has to live with the broken windows and their side effects. It's an academic treatment of the old adage, evil begets evil. Now you can probably see how this affected policing, and there are plenty of opinions both pro and con on that subject. What I would like to show is how this can be made a part of a comprehensive safety program that helps encourage employee and management buy-in and participation without being overly authoritarian in its approach. So you've opened your brand new distribution warehouse, and you've developed it as a safe working environment from literally the ground up. Robust level flooring, a state-of-the-art fire sprinkler system, pit vehicles with all the latest in safety assurance equipment, an easy-to-assemble and sturdy racking system, a training program for all employees that bakes safety right into the very tasks that they're performing, ergonomically adjustable workstations and equipment, the works. You've also assembled a management staff that balances peak productivity with the health and well-being of everyone that enters the facility, and you're confident that this will be the paradigm of a great place to work. Then, one month you start running out of storage space and it looks like the trucks will be coming in faster than they go out. You find yourself stuck for a few days without enough rack space for all the pallets. Leading up to this, you tell staff to take any space they need, so they start stacking the excesses in drive aisles for the pit vehicles, and after a few days, one of the emergency exits is blocked by heavy, high-stack pallets. A few days go by, the aisles are a bit harder to navigate, but after a week, the overage is clear now and everything's back to normal. There was no fire or other emergencies, so ultimately that blocked fire exit wasn't really a practical issue. But what happened to your safety program? The organization just showed staff that it's okay to let safety fall by the wayside when necessary to keep up with productivity. It was only one time though, only one broken window. Now, I'm not trying to be overly dramatic with this example, but it really can be that simple. The implied permission or even requirement to break safety rules for the sake of productivity. The next time it may not be an emergency exit that's blocked, it could be someone putting their hand into a moving machine to remove a blockage, or driving too fast in a pedestrian area with a pit vehicle to load a truck faster. I've seen it happen in real life, and in nearly real time. There was a very dynamic environment that I once worked in years ago where a manager gave permission to partially block an emergency exit route with mobile storage racks temporarily due to a series of events that required more of them than were usually kept on hand. A limit was placed on how much of the area could be blocked and for how long, but as you may have guessed, not only were they not removed, in a short amount of time the long hallway became more and more blocked. It was the classic give them an inch, they took a mile scenario. This would have been bad enough if it occurred in a seldom seen emergency only hallway, but this was the main employee entrance hallway for the entire facility, and it persisted for years. Now I opine that there weren't that many of the thousands of employees that walked that hallway every day over those years that consciously perceived this as something potentially dangerous, but it certainly was an unconscious signpost that sometimes compromises of safety were necessary to get the job done. If you haven't guessed by now, this is not a video about any particular regulation or best practice. This is a video about one way to reinforce a truly unconscious safety culture that's not only compliant with regulations, but that helps to make the fictional paradigm of a great place to work that I described earlier a bit more of a reality. Now, I will 100% agree with the reality that businesses exist to make profit. Without that being the goal, businesses really wouldn't be around very long and no one would have a job or livelihood. So shouldn't productivity take precedence over just about anything? Oddly, I would say wholeheartedly yes. Workplace safety is not, at least in reality, the complete aversion to risk. Occasionally, windows will be broken. I've jokingly said if no one ever left the house and lived in hermetically sealed hamster balls, we wouldn't have to worry about hazards and risk would be something only talked about in history textbooks. But who would ever really want to live in that world? It's really more about how these broken windows are addressed, how long they're allowed to remain, and if those broken windows could have been avoided that really matters. Let's re-examine our new warehouse environment again and the temporary storage challenge. Instead of giving carte blanche to the warehouse staff to take any space they need, what if, immediately when the position presented itself, an assessment was completed of the available space in the warehouse with the goal of determining what can be moved, restacked, or resorted to create space and designate areas that can be blocked and areas that can't. For instance, let's say that 15% of the stacked pallets were assessed as not being needed for at least 2 months. They could be moved together in one specific area so that the overages could easily be stacked in front with pallets that would be needed sooner. Overages could also be strategically stored so that they're all in one area and will be the easiest to clear out first as they're needed. The emergency exit is much less likely to be blocked if there's a detailed plan associated with this, we'll call it a productivity overflow. But to bring it back to topic, we care about potential broken windows and we're going to take every step to prevent them from happening. Think about it. If anything is demonstrated as not being very important, how likely are the words, "this is really important," going to make you feel as if it is?
Okay, I'm gonna go do some other things now. Bye. No, hang on a second. I got half a mind to call the police about this. What's the other half of your mind doing? Holding in a fart. Now, you stay right there. I'm calling the police. Okay. Hi there. Hello, it's me. I'm the police officer. Hey, police. Listen, there's a guy out here breaking windows and stuff. Are they his own windows? They're not. Well, that shouldn't be allowed. That's what I said. I'll be right there. Okay, great. Oh, you weren't kidding. I wasn't. Hi there. Hello. Hi there. Hello. So what's the meaning of all this? What does it mean? Did you just teleport? I'll ask the questions around here. Did you break that window behind you? I did. Don't be doing that. But I already did be doing that. Well, I decided I don't like that. I don't know what to tell you. Listen, I'm gonna be honest. I think I'm gonna have to put you in a room over this. This is insane behavior. Does the room have windows? Yeah. Nice. But also bars. Let's go. I could go for a drink. No, these are metal bars to prevent you from breaking the glass and leaving. Ooh, okay, no, that doesn't sound like the kind of room I want to be in. Okay, I apologize for the window thing, I guess. Apology accepted. Okay, maybe I won't put you in a room over this after all.
The words are never as important as the action, and this is especially true when it comes to safety in the workplace. At every level, every interaction either reinforces or detracts from the culture you try to build, and that's the make or break point with safety. Does this mean you can never suspend a safety policy for any reason?
No. Not now. Not ever.
That's a very complicated question. The short answer is no, you shouldn't, but there is a longer yes answer with a ton of very large caveats. I'll start this part off by saying that safety regulations, protocols, and common practices are written by the blood and lives of people. They really aren't just some arbitrary rules that OSHA made up to make running a business harder, and they aren't pushed by safety organizations and professionals to justify their existence. But there can be instances where temporary or conditional suspension of a safety rule may actually be the safest option in that moment or situation. As an example, let's talk about pit traffic in a manufacturing and warehouse facility. Any good pit operator trainer will tell you that pedestrians and forklifts are an intrinsically dangerous combination. In facilities where there is a mix of the two, there are inexorably a lot of rules in place to limit the interactions of people in pit vehicles. But to simplify it, let's take a facility that is bifurcated into two distinct zones. Half is strictly palletized warehousing, and the other assembly line manufacturing. For this example, there's a rule against pit vehicles being utilized on the manufacturing side, and that any palletized stock must only be moved by a manual pallet jack in that area. Though there are some rare instances on the manufacturing side where the pallets are too heavy to be moved manually, requiring the use of a pit vehicle. For these occasions, a set of requirements was established so that a temporary suspension of this rule could allow for pit traffic to occur inside these restricted areas. I won't go point for point with this example, but a major rule would likely be that the vehicle needs to be accompanied by a walking spotter and move no faster than a walking speed while in the restricted zone. Without the spotter, the operator of the pit vehicle could face a black mark on their operator's license from that facility. This is an oversimplified example and in reality requires more discussion and planning than my description may allude to, but I think you get the point. In this very specific situation, the proverbial window was broken intentionally, but the care and consideration with which this window was broken doesn't necessarily cause harm to standing safety policies. To keep the analogy going, There was a replacement window ready and waiting in the form of the policy re-engaging immediately following the brief productivity overflow. Never suspend a safety rule without answering at least these questions. Will this create an immediate threat of imminent bodily harm or death? If the answer is yes, then the discussion is over. No, you cannot suspend that rule. Are there any alternatives? If the answer is yes, the discussion is over and you cannot suspend that rule. Could there be any negative long-term effects to the overall safety program as a whole? If the answer is yes, the discussion is over and you really should not suspend that rule. If you've gotten over these and other hurdles, then you can start planning how you might go about creating a policy on how to safely suspend the rule.
Credits will do fine. Credits will do fine.
To suspend any safety rules, there should be a formalized written process created and utilized for authorization of a temporary or conditional suspension of any safety policy. That process should always involve representation from all affected and effected parties to ensure that something isn't overlooked. The suspension of safety rules and policies is a topic that deserves its own deep dive, so I'll cover that in a later video much more comprehensively. The application of broken windows in EHS is challenging to describe, but remember, this is an oversimplified academic concept that seeks to describe a narrow portion of human behaviors. In my opinion, the key is in its interpretation and application, and it's important not to take the more authoritarian interpretation of the concept. If it hasn't been clear in my other videos, I think one of the most unproductive ways to promote safety and environmental health in any organization is the do it because I said so approach, and if you don't do it, you'll be in trouble. This isn't to say that there shouldn't be consequences for disregarding safety rules, quite the opposite. But strictly authoritarian approaches to safety rarely resonate with, well, anyone. This breeds a culture of safety to keep my job, or safety because I don't want to deal with it in a planning meeting, over safety to keep myself and coworkers healthy. As a director of mine was fond of saying, culture eats process for lunch. Meaning that all of your carefully crafted safety programs, training sessions, and policies disappear once you set people out into the wider organization. No matter what training sessions you make somebody sit through, everyone learns to behave based on the practices and the norms they see every day, especially from those in positions of influence. The 20-year-plus veteran, the new supervisor on the floor that just got promoted, the executive visiting the facility, the cool person with a ton of friends all around the organization. These individuals can easily be the source of broken windows or the ones that take the extra time to keep them clean. They are the truest organizational test of any EHS program. To me, the concept of broken windows is a useful way to illustrate the effects of disregarding safety more than it actually informs active policies. As with many things, how well something works from a human behavioral standpoint is dependent on how it's approached. Workplace safety is certainly no different.
Okay, maybe I won't put you in a room over this after all. Sick. Okay, great. Unless... Did you do more mischievous stuff to private or public property out here? Yes. Well, dang it, what'd you do, you frickin' lunatic? Not a ton of stuff, like I rearranged the letters of that stop sign in reverse order. But you can't be fiddling around with stuff like that. That's not the order the letters are supposed to be in at all. Yeah, no, I know. I had a good time putting them that way. It was fun for me. That sign's supposed to say stop, but now it says pots. That's gonna cause anarchy out here. I don't know. I don't really see that affecting anything at all. Oh boy, I sure do love driving. You sure do. Oh, I think you got a stop up there. No, that seems to be some kind of pots gathering for pots enthusiasts. I should be good to actually speed up here. That was probably unrelated to the thing I did.
What I hope I've illustrated in this video is another tool you can put into your box to help you craft that approach. The end goal is keeping everyone safe and healthy after all. Broken windows isn't something that's discussed much anymore, and to my knowledge has almost never been discussed outside the realm of policing and public policy. But I do think there is value in it as a broad academic view of group behaviors. I wouldn't have droned on for this long if I didn't. I hope that you found this video interesting and informative, and I'd love to see your thoughts in the comments. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you want to see where this channel goes and you'd like to be informed of upcoming videos. Make sure to hit that bell button. And I'll see you in the next video. welcome to another video. Trying something a little different with this offering. In this video, we'll be going over the technical aspects of how to write a professionally formatted safety program. This then will be a bit of a tutorial about how to use some basic features of word processing software to create a program that is easily referenceable, easily updatable, and has all the major sections you will need not only to fulfill regulatory requirements, but to do it more efficiently as you build out your safety programs over time. I'll start off by saying that there are many free templates available online for safety programs, and they can be very helpful, but many times those are used almost as a fill-in-the-blank form. These templates are not meant to take the place of a purpose-written document specific to your organization. I've used these templates occasionally, but found that to create a quality document, I would end up rewriting and reformatting so much of it that it made sense to just start from scratch myself. So this is what we'll be covering today, starting with a straight blank page. I'll be using Google Docs for this tutorial as it has all the basic features you'll need to accomplish your goal. There certainly are other free use software options, but this is one that I've had the most experience with personally, other than Microsoft Word. I'll add a small word of caution related to Microsoft Word documents, especially existing or legacy Microsoft Word documents. If you're converting from a .doc or .docx or other common Word file format to something like Google Docs, there will very likely be some formatting issues when it's converted that will need to be repaired for the document to function properly. There are a lot more advanced features available in MS Word than in something like Google Docs, so there are inevitably going to be some challenges during the conversion. You'll also run into similar challenges if you happen to be attempting to convert from an uneditable version of a document like, say, a PDF to an editable version. I'll leave it to the computer science channels to tell you why, but these are some initial difficulties that may provide instant frustration for the uninitiated. So let's get started. Based on the raw footage and the script length, this is likely going to be a fairly lengthy video. I'll certainly know better, as will you, based on the time this is published. But to save everyone from my haphazard typing and spelling skills, I have the elements of the document as it's going to be presented off screen, and we'll be copying and pasting a lot. Now that I have all the excuses out of the way, we'll start with a cover page. The cover page for any safety program should include the company name, basic contact information, and the title of the program. This may seem simple enough, but right on your cover page should be everything that a reader needs to be sure that they're looking at the correct document. Keep in mind that these documents may be read by a whole host of people, from your employees at the operations level to the executive suite, and could also be made available to attorneys or regulatory organizations, so you'll want to be clear right from the title page what is about to be read. In order to keep your cover page, well, a cover page, add a page break after the last line once you're happy with how it looks. This will ensure that the main body text doesn't end up encroaching on the cover page format. Another thing to set up before you begin will be headers and footers. This will provide basic information about the document on each page to ensure that the reader has the ability to understand that what they are reading is the correct document, version, or revision throughout. This can include a lot of different information, but you don't want headers and footers to take up too much real estate on the page. What I found the most helpful is, for the header, company name, what the document is, in this case a safety program, and document information. For the footer, page number and total number of pages, and the revision number. A note on document identification. This can be as simple as just the document title, but I would suggest coming up with an alphanumeric document identification scheme. Why? Well, it's 2025 and
everything's computer.
So these documents will live in some digital file somewhere. Coming up with an identification and numbering scheme that a computer system can easily index will save you a lot of time and energy in the long run. Additionally, you can code things like revision dates and department and organization right into it, making referencing and cross-referencing of documents a lot more uniform, but more on that later in the video. An additional note on the creation of a footer, and in particular, page numbers. The page number and number of pages is critically important as the document lives its life over time. Safety programs can live for years or even decades in an organization and go through many revisions, additions, and subtractions as the needs and activities change. Having a page number and total number of pages on each page not only gives the reader a quick way to know that they aren't missing part of the document, but also ensures through the revision date or number that they also have the most current version of that document. I've seen many instances of, say, a manager at an operation feeling like they're following a program to the letter, only to realize that there was a revision made to the program in the last year. This certainly speaks to an organization's ability to disseminate vital information, but I'll perhaps cover that in another video. The takeaway here is that the file names, page numbering, and revision numbering are vitally important when it comes to any document as important as a safety program. I invite you to ask your legal counsel if they agree. Welcome back. Did your company already have a document identification method? Let me know in the comments. So we're pretty far into this video already, and we haven't even started writing an actual program yet. This is intentional, as the way you set up your formatting initially will take some time, but once you had that set up, you have your own program template. This will take all that effort away from all your subsequent programs' authoring. Which brings me to my next formatting point, your section numbering layout. It's exceptionally helpful to ensure that all parts of your program are contained within a hierarchical numbered list managed by the software. Not only does this make the document easier to reference, but it also makes it easier to update over time. Personally, I like to use the Section 1, Section 1.1, Section 1.11 method, but any of the other available schemes will do just as well as any other. For instance, OSHA uses this scheme. But once you've picked one, stick with it. And if you want to change it on all your documents. It will just make everyone's lives a lot easier, I promise. From here, we'll get into some of the basic sections that you'll want to include in all of your safety programs. There will, of course, be a lot of different sections in a full safety program based on the program topic, but there are some sections that you'll want to include every time. The first is purpose. Why does this safety program exist in the organization? This doesn't need to be especially drawn out or overly explanatory, but it should explain why you're taking the time to write this document and how it fulfills a need. For this example, the program has two specific reasons for being: to safeguard everyone from the risks associated with pit vehicle operations and to outline the training requirements related to the operation of pit vehicles. The next section I feel should be a part of every safety program is the scope of the document. Now, I will happily accept arguments in the comments as to why safety programs wouldn't apply to everyone in an organization or that may enter an affected location, but in any case, it's always a good idea to define exactly who the policy applies to and spell it out as specifically as you can. But I'm not one of those listed is an often used citation when challenging safety program requirements. Being specific here will lend a lot of credence to the validity of your safety program as a whole. With these two sections out of the way quickly, the next section should be a definitions section. This is important for a whole host of reasons, but in every program, you should define any commonly used terms related to the program, acronyms, abbreviations, etc., to be sure that the reader can know exactly what you mean when you use them later in the document. Not only will this provide clarity to the reader, it will make the substance of the document a lot less wordy throughout, because you don't have to spend time actually defining your terms in the body of the program. Additionally, never assume that a term or abbreviation is common knowledge. In this instance, the term pit may be commonly known by some, but most people will simply refer to them as forklifts. That term may not be adequate to describe the program, as pit vehicles encompass more than just standard forklifts. Abbreviations also mean different things to different disciplines. Ask anyone that's been in the military what they think of abbreviations. This highlights the importance of a definition section in all of your programs. The next section that should be as standard is program responsibilities. It's really great to have a program, but if the responsibilities for the administration of the program are not defined, then it's inherently ineffective. There will always be responsibilities assigned to a safety or EHS department or personnel, so you may as well start with that. But most safety programs will surely have responsibilities at multiple levels, so include each level specifically and describe the responsibilities fully. Another quick note, it's prudent to name positions and not individuals by name. Even though both are not necessarily permanent in any organization, positions have a tendency to be a more stable way to describe where responsibilities lie within a program. Also, don't forget to include the responsibilities of those that are effected as well as affected. For instance, in this example, non-operator employees have responsibilities related to the safe operation of pit vehicles as well as the operators, the affected. The operators may have the lion's share of that responsibility, but if a pit strikes a pedestrian, the pedestrian will lose. So it's important to include them in this section in this particular example. From here, the number of sections and their headings will be very specific to the related program. I won't spend any time on that here since this isn't really a tutorial about how to write a pit program, but I will take that time to explain how some of your pre-work related to document structure will pay off as the document exists past its creation. You'll notice in 5.2.1 that this program references a different related program, in this case EHS 005-025, Personal Protective Equipment. Being able to succinctly reference that related program will save you from having to reiterate the language from that program entirely, and will also save you from having to ensure that if you make a change to that program, that you don't have to edit each other program that references it. Basically, what I'm saying here is let each program stand for its own topic and encourage readers to reference those documents in instances where there is crossover. It's very easy to end up with statements that can be interpreted to contradict each other the more times you state the same idea. Following the main body of the program, however many sections that might be, the next universal section should be training requirements. This can be vastly different for each safety program, but should exist for each program to specify what being trained means at any significant level. In this particular example, training is broken up into two distinct sections based on how the program is designed for this fictional organization, but the training requirements section could be as simple as affected employees must be made aware of and review this program, depending on the actual subject matter of what you're writing. The point is, training must be addressed in each safety program you create. This next section should always exist and may or may not be lengthy based on the topic of the program, but there will be times that it will be necessary to outline a specific disciplinary procedure. I would strongly suggest partnering with human resources, leadership, and employee representatives on this one, as this will be the most often challenged part of any safety program. We won't go into any great detail related to this example, but this could be something as simple as referencing an HR or general company policy, or it can be rather involved, like in this example. It's rather descriptive, and you can see how having easily referenceable policies across the organization might help the construction of your safety program. Again, there may be additional sections throughout your program that are not highlighted here based on the subject of your program, but now we'll get into the sections that should lead into the conclusion of the document. The first should be a program evaluation section. Under OSHA, health and safety programs are required to be formally evaluated at least annually. This doesn't mean that evaluations can't or won't be ongoing outside of that interval requiring updating of the written program more frequently, but there should be a section of each program that outlines how this will be accomplished in both instances. It's also a great idea to outline how updates to your program will be communicated when they occur. I will likely do a whole video on effective employee safety program communication in the future, but we'll just put a pin in that for now. Next, you'll want to include a section related to record keeping. Minimally, what records will be kept and for how long, and should also include how and where they will be stored with other relevant information. For these sections, it's a good idea to consult legal counsel or your records retention team to be sure that the information is not only in line with applicable laws and regulations, but also with broader company guidelines and policies. The appendices section will depend a lot on the program, but if there are any internal supporting documents to your program, this is the place to list them. I'll explain a little more at the conclusion of this video, but this would be a place for things like an inspection checklist, training materials, exams, basically anything specific to the program that aids directly in its administration. As you start to wrap up the document, a references section should be included. It's a pretty safe bet that your program will be based on, or at least inspired by, some regulatory content, so it's a best practice to cite them. Not only does this provide easy reference for the reader, it will lend some weight as to why the program was written and necessary in the first place. The final section of your program should be related to the document's approvals and other important statistics. Its origin date or date of first publication, its last review date, that review version's final approval date, and who it was approved by are also must-haves. Quick note, having somebody who can approve a document is very helpful, even if you are the quote-unquote final authority on the content of the program. If you can't tell, I write and edit myself in these videos, and there are inevitably some mistakes that slip by and thoughts that may be unclear. Having someone look over and sign off on something like a safety program says a lot about the legitimacy and professionalism that went into its creation. Now, as promised, I'll take an opportunity here to talk about version histories and how to appropriately archive previous iterations of the document. When updates like language changes, procedural changes, or anything that changes the substance of a safety program are made, the previous version should be archived to preserve its previous form. There are a ton of legal reasons why this is prudent, but I'll focus on the effect that these histories can have on your safety program as a whole. Transparency in your safety program, both specifically and overall, is key to maintaining a healthy safety culture in your organization. Keeping older versions of safety programs is a big part of that endeavor. There will be occasions, no matter how well communicated, that when a change is made to a safety program, someone won't get that information. But keeping previous versions of key documents like safety programs will go a long way to demonstrating transparency in that process. A good example of this may be with an employee that returns to the organization after a few years. A few years ago, the training requirements to be a pit operator may have been different. And if there is any confusion, you'll easily be able to understand where that confusion comes from so that you may address it effectively. Version histories also help a lot with the continuity of your safety program over time. If you are the person charged with health and safety now, you may not always be, so having an archive of the progression of your safety programs is invaluable from a business continuity perspective. I can say from experience that the last thing you want to do coming into a position is hunt and search around for information. I've had to do it in the past, and it wastes a lot of effort and reflects poorly on all the hard work you put in to create those documents in the first place. Okay, I'll get off my soapbox now. I have one final thought on archiving and version histories related to incident and accident investigations. In my Fundamentals of Accident Investigations video, I discussed the preservation of evidence. Safety programs certainly fall into this category. Safety programs related to a specific investigation should also be preserved as they were during the incident as a matter of evidence collection. There is a non-zero chance that part of the result of an investigation will result in updates to a safety program, so archiving the program in its original form is key from that standpoint as well. Okay, I'm getting back up on the soapbox for a moment to wrap this video up. Think of your written health and safety programs as the foundation of your overall program. It's what specific procedures and policies rest on to be at their most effective. They should be broad documents that provide an outline and not necessarily a how-to guide. Leave that for appending documentation and training materials. They do take some time to craft, so don't rush the process and be sure to do your research. It may be prudent to include topics that exist but that don't necessarily apply to your organization at the time you're writing it. To keep with our example, your organization may only utilize electric forklifts, but it's a good idea to acknowledge other types of pit equipment in your program to address units brought in by contractors or rented temporarily at some point in the future. As stated at the beginning of this video, your program will vary based on your organization and the requirements of the program subject, but hopefully this video has given you a good jumping off point in the journey that is the authoring of a safety program. This has been a new type of content for me, and it's been a journey for me to figure out how exactly to present it in a way that might be helpful. From a workflow standpoint, this has been a mirror of how I've generally made videos up to this point, so I'm eager to hear your comments down below as to how it's all worked out. The process of making videos, much like administering a safety program, has been a constant search for improvement, and your thoughts on that progress will keep this channel moving forward. If you haven't already, consider liking the video and subscribing to the channel. This channel's come a long way in the past 6 months and still has a long way to go, so I appreciate all of the support. Thanks. Have a great day, stay safe, and I'll see you in the next video. So what more is there to say about the Oceangate disaster that hasn't already been said? Especially since the release of the Netflix documentary, there's surely been another uptick in content on the topic. This is a question I've asked myself a lot in the last year or so as the United States Coast Guard hearings on the accident concluded, and more than 71 hours of those hearings were live streamed to the world. I'm not a materials engineer nor a maritime expert, but there is something that this tragic event highlights that I thought I would discuss that falls a bit outside the usual fare. I'm not going to rehash much of what has already been said by the Coast Guard hearings, the Netflix documentary, or other more qualified creators on YouTube on the accident. What I would like to wax philosophic about, though, is how this accident and the investigation into the culture at Oceangate highlights a significant problem with workplace safety initiatives on a wider scale. Up until the accident, if you watched press releases or read company statements, the impression you may have come away with is that this organization had built itself on intrinsically safe operational practices, rigorous safety testing procedures, and so many fail-safes both procedurally and technically that they were prepared for and expected failures and have overplanned accordingly.
And it's Bluetooth, so I can hand it to anybody. And it's meant for a 16-year-old to throw it around, and super durable. We keep a couple of spares on board just in case.
This has most conclusively been shown to have been, at best, a rose-colored glasses conclusion, and at worst, a blatant fallacy. I'm not going to talk much about a lot of the specifics of Oceangate for the majority of this video, so I encourage you to watch the Netflix documentary for an abridged version of the failures that led to the deaths of 5 people, including the Oceangate CEO. If you're feeling especially inquisitive, watch the Coast Guard hearings on YouTube. There's a link in the description. What I would like to spend time on is how Oceangate and many other organizations use safety to sell without being fully invested in the endeavor. Here's my hot take on life. People generally would like to survive the experiences they face and be unharmed. I know. That statement is certainly going to sweep the zeitgeist of human experience as a fascinating new insight into life and living it. The overwhelming majority of people would like not only to feel safe, but actually be safe. Believe it or not, though, this has been extensively studied in all manner of ways, by academics, by businesses, by governments. For example, would you be terribly interested in buying a car model that readily caught fire in a rear-end collision, or that had a throttle pedal that would stick down hard? The first example was that of a fundamental design flaw that basically discontinued the model and its name forever. Imagine if Ford released a new Pinto even today. How well do you think it would sell? Let's focus on the latter example, though. This is an issue that, likely due to a confluence of unrelated choices that were somewhat unpredictable, led to serious accidents and eventually a recall, as well it should have. But that only really manifested itself in a few cars from a specific manufacturer. Prior, there were decades of examples of cars being sold with floor mats from the factory and a statistically insignificant amount of incidents across the industry as a whole. But take a look at your OEM driver's side floor mat. Are there securing snaps on that mat to keep it from moving around? Is your car a Lexus? You probably get my point. Companies know that safety, or more accurately, a perceived danger, is a significant issue with, well, everyone. So they're willing to make changes to alleviate safety concerns and mitigate dangers, even if there's no evidence of an issue with their specific product. Now let's return to Oceangate for a moment. What they were selling was something that was basically brand new. Affordable deep ocean experiences to average people akin to the burgeoning space tourism industry. The only way this could be a viable, profitable business was in volume, taking the most paying customers possible on each trip. I think we can all agree that the experience itself would be extraordinary, and there are enough people in the world that could afford the cost that this really wouldn't be prohibitive to selling tickets. The issue to selling tickets would be the relatively well-known and intrinsic danger of death involved in the endeavor. It's well known that science knows more about the surface of Mars than we do about the deep ocean, and it's pretty evident as to why. There are vessels proven to be able to safely reach the deep ocean, but for a variety of very good reasons, they only hold 3, maybe 4 people max, and they're very expensive to build and maintain. This was the challenge of Oceangate's business model. Convincing the potential pool of passengers that they had some guarantee of returning safe from the trip they signed up to take with new and unproven technologies. This is something present with most products and services from a consumer perspective. Is this safe to do, take, or use? Most of us answer that question internally fairly regularly, but think of what happens when information is shared about a product previously thought of as safe that even suggests that it may not be, especially with as easy as it has become to share information as decades progress. It's for this reason that companies, nearly from their onset, begin building what I call safety capital, especially when there is an inherent amount of danger associated with what they're selling. Downplay the negatives and promote the positives. Simple fact of advertising if ever there was one. Generally, though, there is likely to be an acknowledgement of the risks at some level. Think of all the medication commercials and their obligatory listing of risks and side effects. Let's look again at Oceangate and their image prior to the accident. First, they partnered with Boeing for a feasibility study on the concept of developing a carbon fiber hull in deep sea exploration. This resulted in recommendations that basically made the design, testing, and construction of the hull economically infeasible. The study was effectively discarded, but the fact that they worked with Boeing was still heavily touted to borrow safety capital from the more established company. They also worked with the University of Washington's Applied Physics Lab on their initial designs for their Cyclops 1 submersible, resulting in abandoning carbon fiber for steel for that particular vehicle. Again, though, Oceangate borrowed more safety capital from another organization. With this borrowed safety capital, and by hiring experts in appropriate fields of study and experts in maritime operations and a variety of other disciplines, they pushed forward. This is all very reasonable and what anyone would expect to happen during the development of new experimental technology, and Oceangate certainly knew it. Again, I'm not looking to rehash all of the testimony from the Coast Guard hearings, the Netflix documentary, or other sources, but the broad result was a spectacular tendency to ignore the advice of those experts, ignore the data collected internally and by those organizations, and the deaths of 5 people. What the culture of the company had actually built was an elaborately constructed illusion of safety on its outward face, while blatantly ignoring and circumventing actual, real, practical safety measures at almost every level. The testimony to the Coast Guard by many ex-employees is consistent with a short-sighted organization led only by the dollar and its image in the public eye. And also keep in mind that the Titan sub and the company as a whole was in fact a lot of people's workplace.
As a submersible pilot, a diver, it is your right to demand to get information on something where you are putting yourself at risk. And it's to basically mitigate, potential for disaster.
At some point, safety just is pure waste. I mean, if you just want to be safe, don't get out of bed, don't get in your car, don't do anything. Yeah. At some point, you're going to take some risk, and it really is a risk-reward question. I said, I think I can do this just as safely by breaking the rules.
Believe it or not, safety is not the avoidance of risk. As I'm fond of saying, life is risk, manage it well. It's that last part that holds the heart of professional safety. Humans wouldn't have survived or crafted our modern world if we didn't take risks. But there's a huge difference in taking risks individually and selling risk to the uninformed or the ill-informed. I guess for me, the thing that angers me the most when I find it, and what the Oceangate disaster magnifies, is the hijacking of the concept and real goal of safety to mask a single-minded, willful ignorance of the hazards present in any endeavor. I'm reminded of Franz Reichelt, the tailor who tried to invent the first wearable parachute in the late 19th and early 20th century. Another noble endeavor if ever there was one, but one that included many iterations, failed tests, attempts at improvements, but that eventually resulted in the death of Reichelt when he jumped from the Eiffel Tower wearing his invention after getting the permits to perform a test with a dummy. Reichelt was certainly looking for fame and profit by taking something dangerous and making it safer. He, like Stockton Rush, was inevitably killed by the fruits of that endeavor. Both ultimately achieved half their goal in their time, although definitely not the way that they would have liked. The difference, though, is that the Flying Tailor didn't start selling his invention after testing and practical failures, and when he ignored the advice of experts, colleagues, and friends, he only ever risked himself. I'm kind of meandering a little bit in the point that I'm trying to make, but for me, the lesson to take from Oceangate is to keep an eye on the differences between what a company or organization will publicize and what it knows internally when it comes to safety, especially in newer organizations that are looking to, quote unquote, change the world with new ideas and new technology. Move fast and break stuff is great when it comes to creating new paradigms and innovating tech solutions to common problems, but when it comes to life and health, trust the data, trust the standards, but don't trust your gut. Oceangate was described as the SpaceX of the ocean, and that's what it wanted to be. There's just as much risk in space travel as there is in the deep ocean, but the demonstrated culture of each organization when it came to people's lives has been vastly different, along with the results. Risks to life and health exist everywhere, in every industry, and in every workplace. And I challenge everyone out there to widen their perspective to those risks, seek education on how to avoid them, and report those risks to your organization, or failing that, to an appropriate regulatory organization for investigation. Not everything garners attention like Oceangate, but the results are sometimes no less tragic, and they still happen all the time.
I'm never happy with any of the decisions that were potentially going into this project. That was pre and post manufacture of what was getting done. I was phased out completely.
Organizations, now more than ever, seem more concerned about the appearance of safe working environments in too many instances over actual safe working environments. The problem, as I see it, is that environmental health and safety departments, programs, and individuals have a tendency not only to be seen as a necessary evil of modern business, but as an active adversary to the overall goals of the organization. Why is that? Okay, so I've been shitting on companies a lot in this video, so you might be surprised by my opinion on that as well. It's both. That's probably a topic for another video at some point, but if there is an educational component to this largely opinionated video, I would like it to be this. Remember, everyone's on the same team at the end of the day. Organizations exist to fulfill their goals, and in most cases to make profit, and EHS exists in those organizations to the same end. EHS exists not only to protect the individual, but to protect the organization from the negative impacts of safety issues. For organizational leadership, please keep this in mind when your own safety expert tells you that there's a mathematical certainty that an endeavor will fail catastrophically, especially when lives are in jeopardy. For safety professionals, keep this in mind. Enhancements in safety are often achieved in small steps, and you will have to accept that. Even in organizations with a great safety culture, you will be viewed as an adversary in a lot of cases. As I described safety capital earlier in this video, there's just as much organizational capital that you'll have to accumulate while building or making improvements to safety in your organization. Being right doesn't always make you effective. To everyone else, believe it or not, workplaces are orders of magnitude safer places to be as a whole, but that doesn't mean there isn't room for improvement, or that if your workplace is safe today, that it will always be. Oceangate didn't set out to kill 5 people, but as time went on, failures and setbacks accumulated, and finances grew tighter. Things like appointing an accountant as chief submersible pilot and firing their maritime operations expert and ignoring shocking signs of vehicle failure became the norm. Never stop advocating for safe working conditions and general safe practices. Was the goal worth the lives? Thank you for listening. We've all had it come up on our phones. Extreme heat warning. It could be challenging enough to deal with air so hot your body seems to start sweating just looking outside the windows of an air-conditioned building. But what if you have to be outside? What if you're stuck in a place like work, school, or at an event where you're at the mercy of the decision and planning of others for your own health and well-being? The Bureau of Labor and Statistics estimates that there have been an average of 3,389 work-related heat injuries and illnesses involving days away from work between 2011 and 2020. Heat, or more accurately, environmental temperature-related safety has been a bit of a touchstone over the past few years, and it can be difficult to make sense of it all as both employer and worker. There certainly are issues with cold temperatures too, but I'll cover that in another video. I think it's prudent here to start off defining heat-related illness. Based on medical data, the U.S. Department of Labor identifies 6 stages of heat-related illness. The first is rhabdomyolysis, characterized by muscle pain, dark and/or reduced urine output, and weakness. Heat rash is clusters of red bumps on the skin that often appear on the neck, upper chest, and skin folds. Heat syncope presents with faintness and dizziness. Heat cramps are the experience of muscle spasms, usually in the legs, arms, or trunk of the body. And these last two are probably the most well known and are the most debilitating and deadly. Heat exhaustion consists of fatigue, irritability, thirst, nausea or vomiting, dizziness or lightheadedness, heavy sweating, and elevated body temperature or fast heart rate. The final stage, heat stroke, is characterized by confusion, slurred speech, unconsciousness, seizures, heavy sweating or hot, dry skin, very high body temperature, and rapid heart rate. Most of us could probably easily recognize the symptoms of at least the last 2 stages in another person as a sign that they were in trouble, even without being able to identify them specifically as being signs of heat exhaustion or heat stroke. They are fairly severe and obvious. I've both seen these conditions in coworkers and myself over the years. Keep in mind, though, that these symptoms are compounding as the victim moves through the stages of heat-related illness unless appropriate treatment is administered. So what does the U.S. Department of Labor and OSHA say about working in the heat? Well, that depends a lot on who you ask, but the quick version, as I see it, is broken down into 2 pieces. First, I'll get this out of the way. No, there is no specific heat-related program under OSHA. This is to say that there are no direct CFR numbers to cite here, the same way that there is for hazard communication, or pit operations, or working at height. There have been proposal standards, and OSHA does offer guidance specifically on the matter, but it's a difficult topic to tackle in a broad sense. A standard that makes sense in a restaurant kitchen probably won't in a wheat field after all, so I do understand the complicated nature of the issue as much as there is a need for a standard. So I guess that the lack of a CFR statute means that employers don't really have to worry about fines and penalties if there are temperature-related issues at their sites. Hold on a second, that's the second part. There are related standards. For instance, the PPE standard requires hazard assessments to determine appropriate PPE for identified hazards. The first aid standard certainly applies, along with the medical services standard. The record-keeping and reporting requirements compel employers to report work-related injuries, illnesses, and deaths. The list can go on. And don't forget about that general duty clause. If you're not already familiar with it, this is the language in the Act that allows OSHA to keep up with the speed of innovation while moving at the speed of government. So is heat-related illness a recognized hazard? If it's not obvious by now, absolutely. In addition to the related standards, letters of interpretation, and other language under federal OSHA, some states have their own approved OSHA program, and those states can have standards that exceed that of federal OSHA. Additionally, there may be other agencies that have regulations to tackle the issue. So what does this mean for employers and employees? It means that employers are responsible for taking adequate measures to prevent heat-related illness from occurring by whatever means are necessary, prudent, and sound. As an example, if a paving company puts in place measures to give their employees extra breaks and free access to water and shade during hot summer paving jobs, and those measures yield no cases of heat-related illness, then those actions are adequate and there really shouldn't be an issue. However, if there are cases of heat stroke, hospitalization, disability, or death, then there is a possibility of penalties under OSHA regardless of the preventative measures enacted, since those measures didn't prevent the hazard from affecting health and general safety. For the purposes of this video, a helpful way to look at OSHA is its regulations tell you what you need to do, not necessarily how to do it, and that does make some sense. As I see it, OSHA provides regulation while affording the freedom for employers to decide what works best for their businesses or industry. Just remember that general duty clause. That's the essence of OSHA and, by law, a sort of creed that all employers are required to follow. It can be likened to the Hippocratic Oath in medicine, the crux of which is first do no harm. I've asked a few times in other videos on the channel Was it worth it? If you've never experienced a severe injury or illness at work, either with yourself or another, it's really fascinating how quickly the immediacy and importance of the tasks at hand fall away while waiting for emergency medical services and watching somebody suffer. And this is no less true with relation to heat-related illness. These issues definitely go underreported and undertreated. Think back on times when you knew you were starting down the road of the 5 stages previously highlighted. How many times did you brush it off and continue working? I know I've made it to the beginning stages of heat stroke a few times in my life, and I haven't said anything. A construction worker died after pouring concrete in 95-degree heat. He worked in direct sunlight, came home exhausted, and skipped dinner before going to bed. He died before he could be treated for heat stroke. In 2013, a construction worker collapsed on the job due to heat stroke after neglecting to hydrate properly at 105-degree heat with a heat index of 112. A delivery driver developed heat cramps and heat exhaustion after a sudden heat wave and was hospitalized for 2 days with acute kidney failure. And a warehouse worker in California experienced heat stroke and was hospitalized after working in a hot metal warehouse for hours. Heat-related illness is a broad hazard that basically slow cooks your brain, so it's pretty difficult to self-diagnose, particularly if you don't know or recognize the signs of progression in the very beginning stages. By the time a person starts moving into the heat exhaustion stage, it really does take the monitoring of another to notice and take steps to help. And here's the real trick. Heat affects everyone differently. So then how are employers supposed to know what to do? As I've alluded to earlier, this can be very specific to the conditions of each workplace. As an employer, there are a lot of resources out there, both official and not, so start on OSHA's website. Another great resource is your workers' compensation insurance company. There may be resources that you're already paying for that you're not using that will help you not only evaluate workers' risks of temperature-related illness, but workplace safety as a whole. It is, after all, in their best interest to help you maintain a safe workplace. So what advice do I have for employers? First, know your employees. That doesn't mean you need detailed medical histories of everyone you work with, but know how they behave so that you can better tell when things are going wrong. Second, ensure that appropriate and effective supervision is maintained on all work sites where there's a risk of heat-related illness. Supervision is not only about maintaining productivity and meeting deadlines, it's also about keeping track of everyone as they focus on their tasks to ensure that they don't lose sight of their own health and safety. There is one incident that I can personally recall where a worker was sent outside one day to clean up an area near trash dumpsters of old broken pallets on a slow day. The temperatures were climbing into the mid to high 90s, and the facility was already alert to the issues related to the higher temperatures. There weren't generally a lot of outside activities at this location, so the majority of the focus of the supervisors was always inside. I don't want to go so far as to say the worker outside was forgotten about, but while focused on the task, they didn't take a break for nearly 3 hours, resulting in a trip to the ER for fluids and treatment for mild heat stroke. They couldn't tell they were in trouble until another employee stepped out to smoke and noticed that there was a problem in the way that they were acting. This leads to another aspect of this hazard that I've not yet touched on: employee behavior. There are a ton of factors that can add to the risks associated with working in the heat that start well before we get to work. From the clothes worn, to activities before work, to eating habits and medical conditions, these factors can all exacerbate the risks of working in the heat, even over actual temperatures. How many of these do you see at the job site before the start of a shift? And how many times have we said something like, "Suck it up, buttercup," "stand in the pain," or "just get it done" to a coworker? As with a lot of safety topics, there is a 50-50 spread between employee and employer responsibilities when it comes to safety. And I've said it in other videos on the channel and an awful lot in real life. An organization's culture is determined by what employees learn on the job, much more than what they hear in a training session or a toolbox talk. That means it's on everyone watching to help change how we treat heat-related illnesses at work. We're the ones setting the examples now. There's something about workplace safety that has always fascinated me that I think is particularly pertinent to this topic. Just because we had to suck it up doesn't mean that that was the best thing for us, and just because we may be quote-unquote initiated doesn't mean we have to visit that on others. Shouldn't we be trying to make things better? I'm going to switch gears here as I wind up this video and offer an alternative scenario. On June 23, 2025, the Korean pop group Stray Kids performed for a crowd capacity of 41,000 in Washington, D.C. On a day with temperatures expected in the high 90s, heat was an issue that was surely on the minds of the concert organizers and the venue. As the event continued that day, heat became a critical issue as fans began to show signs of illness that eventually hospitalized 6 and facilitated the need to activate the mass casualty task force to handle the myriad of people, mostly teens and tweens, suffering from the effects of the weather that day. The show ended early due to these safety concerns, but reports on social media from attendees and preliminary news stories describe how ill-prepared the venue and the event organizers seemed to be to handle the influx of ill attendees. To date, there have been no reported deaths or lasting health effects, and I don't want to spend a lot of time on this event, but I think it illustrates the point that I'm trying to make overall in this video. Whatever measures were put into place to prevent heat-related illnesses at that event were inadequate, if for no other reason than that people were stricken by the effects of the heat. If you're a parent, I am sure you'd be outraged to hear from your kids they couldn't find water for hours or that their friend passed out trying to find medical assistance. So why is it any different at work? Thank you for listening. In today's fast-evolving work environment where AI, remote work, and automation are rewriting the rules, how does workplace safety keep up? OSHA is still actually a great place to start. In this video, I'll explore why OSHA is still a critical pillar of workplace protection in 2025 and why its role is arguably more critical than ever before, especially as political turmoil continues to upend budgets, staffing, and reach, at least at the federal level. Let's start with the basics to give some background on OSHA. OSHA was established in 1970 under the Occupational Health and Safety Act. Its mission? To ensure safe and healthful working conditions by setting and enforcing standards and by providing training, outreach, and assistance. During the 1960s, around 14,000 workers in the U.S. died. That's around 1,400 per year of the decade's approximate 69 million workers. In the decades since its implementation, OSHA has reduced workplace fatalities by more than 60% and injuries by over 40%. By the 2010s, around 5,200 workers died at a peak of 152 million workers. Fast forward to 2025 and the landscape has changed dramatically, and so has OSHA. So you might be thinking that in an era of automation, AI, and smart factories, do we really even need OSHA anymore?
Hey, come here. Hey, come here.
Absolutely. And here's why. Emerging industries like renewable energy, battery production, and robotics come with unfamiliar risks. From lithium fires to repetitive strain from wearable tech, as we innovate, so do we create new hazards. With more Americans working from home, OSHA has expanded its reach to address ergonomic injuries, mental health, and even home office safety. Independent contractors, freelancers, and delivery workers are all on the rise and often fall through the cracks. OSHA is working to extend protections to these growing segments. Rising temperatures have made heat-related illness a major concern, especially for outdoor and warehouse work. OSHA's relevance isn't fading, it's adapting. Now let's take a look at some of the ways OSHA is keeping up. OSHA now uses data analytics and is starting to use AI to predict high-risk work sites. Instead of waiting for accidents to happen, they're preventing them with real-time monitoring and predictive modeling. In the last 5 years, OSHA has released updated standards for silica exposure in construction, warehouse automation safety, pandemic preparedness, and heat-related illness prevention. Leveraging innovations like video calls, drones, and wearable cameras, OSHA can now conduct inspections without ever stepping foot on site. And it's safer, faster, and more cost-effective. 2025 has also brought a much-needed spotlight on mental well-being in the workplace. OSHA now includes psychosocial hazards like stress and burnout as part of its mission, recognizing these unseen factors cause many accidents year over year. So let's clear up a few myths. OSHA only really matters to factories and construction. While it's true that there is more focus placed on higher risk industries, OSHA covers over 7 million work sites across all industries and types of employment. And as the agency becomes more efficient by leveraging new technologies, its reach is only poised to increase. OSHA is just about punishment.
Definitely an OSHA violation, that's for sure.
Oh, absolutely. Everybody's getting sued.
While its enforcement role is critical, OSHA also provides tons of free resources, training, and consultation programs to help companies improve voluntarily, particularly in relation to smaller businesses. OSHA can't keep up with modern technology. Now, I've joked about moving at the speed of government a lot in previous videos. This is the language in the act that allows OSHA to keep up with the speed of innovation while moving at the speed of government. But the reality is OSHA is actively partnering with universities, tech startups, and emerging industries to understand and regulate new hazards before they appear. Now let's take a look at modern OSHA in action. After a series of heat-related deaths in the summer of 2023, OSHA implemented national heat safety rules.
9 people died over last week going into the weekend in Webb County because of this excessive heat.
By 2025, Texas warehouses now require cooling systems and mandated rest breaks. As a result, a 40% reduction in heat-related visits to the ER. When a large e-commerce company introduced AI-driven forklifts to their warehouses, OSHA helped develop safety protocols and worker training programs to prevent injuries, resulting in a 25% decline in just 1 year. Not only did those efforts help that specific company, it also provides a framework for other organizations as the technology becomes more prevalent. And finally, for remote workers, OSHA released guidelines for home office ergonomics in recent years, leading to a measurable decrease in back and wrist injuries in that sector. These aren't just random policies or guidelines, these are saved lives, injuries prevented, and families protected. So it seems the work of OSHA is far from over. But there are some key challenges in my opinion. One of the biggest, in my opinion, is protecting gig workers or independent contractors. Without formal traditional employment, enforcement of workplace safety rules can get tricky. For instance, who should be held accountable if your Uber driver has an accident after spending over 24 hours being available for rides? Traditional transit services like bus and taxis are already regulated to avoid driver fatigue, but the relationship between driver and service in those cases is much different. Another challenge that OSHA faces is budget constraints. OSHA has been and remains underfunded relative to the scope of its mission, especially given how much the American workforce has grown and American industry has prospered. The agency has been innovating to better meet the needs of its mission, but more resources are needed to meet modern challenges. The most pervasive challenge, in my opinion, though, is employer pushback. Some industries and individual employers still resist OSHA oversight, citing costs related to safety cooperative with its programs. This is even against mountains of evidence showing that ignoring safety often leads to far greater losses, not only in human terms, but financial terms as well. As an example, for a site with 100 workers where there's a risk of crush damage to the feet, a program that provides quality, safety-toed shoes annually to all employees costs around $7,000 a year. Just one catastrophic foot injury could cost between $20,000 and $250,000. And that's without taking into consideration things like fines and penalties, punitive damages, and long-term disability. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Safety, even under OSHA, is not an aversion to risk. It's really about having the forethought to recognize the risk and manage it so that it does not affect people's lives. Many organizations are happy to simply have the illusion of a safe work environment without being fully invested in that endeavor. If I was looking at it from a glass half full perspective, I would probably characterize it by saying that these organizations are expecting that nobody's going to get hurt while they're working because their safety program is as good as it can be and they're going to hire the best workers and the most careful workers, and that's just not going to be an issue, so why plan for it? But the glass half empty version is they just don't care. They don't care about the people that work for them. They don't care about the people that make their products or deliver their products or create the wealth that the organization enjoys. Reality is certainly somewhere in the middle. It just doesn't make sense that any organization would set out to hurt, maim, or kill their employees. Whether or not they care about it is a whole nother question unto itself. But there was a comment left on a recent video on the channel that I think is indicative of the direction that people's attitudes are taking when they think of how their safety is treated while they work. It reads, "The saddest thing is how workers have been convinced to hate OSHA against their own safety. Poor people do not mind dying for their bosses." Just think about that comment for a moment. It certainly didn't come from nowhere. And I'll repose the question that started this whole video off in the first place. Is OSHA still relevant in 2025? The answer to that question is one I leave to you. OSHA in 2025 isn't just about hard hats, harnesses, and safety glasses. It's about adapting to a new world of work with its own emerging hazards and opportunities to make the lives of workers safer and organizations more efficient. Whether you're an employer, an employee, or just someone who cares about workers' rights, understanding OSHA's evolving role matters. Workplace safety is not a relic of the past, it's the foundation of the future. And I really hope that's something that everybody can agree on. If you found this video helpful, please leave a like and consider subscribing and sharing the video. It really helps the channel reach new viewers. And drop a comment. What safety challenges do you see in your industry? Thanks for listening. This video will break down the safety requirements for the use of powered industrial trucks. It will cover essential training for new and experienced operators alike, and is based on OSHA 29 CFR 1910.178, and will also refer to information from the American National Standards Institute, the Industrial Truck Standards Development Foundation, along with some common sense. Available links are in the description to continue from this video with practical, organizational, and site-specific training, and it's meant to help craft a full and complete PET training program. I'll be making annotations in the video for some of those things that can really only happen IRL, or where requirements may need some customization beyond the letter of the standard. So stay tuned and let's dive right in. A powered industrial truck is any mobile power-driven vehicle used to carry, push, pull, lift, or stack materials. These vehicles are categorized and regulated under OSHA 1910.178. It's interesting to note that not everything with the abilities of that definition are necessarily covered under this standard. Okay, so what does that mean? It means basically vehicles like tractors, skid steer loaders, and other common industrial machines that can have forks for moving and lifting materials are specifically excluded from 1910.178. It doesn't mean their use isn't regulated, it's just that this is not the standard that you're looking for. Move along. There can be more than one standard that applies to those types of vehicles, so we'll leave that topic for another time and stick specifically with defined PIT vehicles. The basic components of a PIT include forks, mast, carriage, counterweight, controls, load backrest, attachments, and overhead guard. To operate a powered industrial truck legally, OSHA requires that operators be trained and certified. Operators must be 18 years or older, have completed operator certification training, be reevaluated every 3 years post-certification, and complete immediate retraining after an unsafe act or operation. Operator certification must include at least formal instruction, practical training, and a performance evaluation. Technology hasn't yet reached the point that those last two can be covered at all on YouTube. Operating without proper documented training and certification is a significant OSHA violation, even without a reported accident or injury.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special report.
I haven't brought this up specifically on any previous video, but this seems like a great time to do it. Keep in mind that these are just potential fines, and actual penalties can vary depending on factors like the employer's history, gravity of the violation, and the company's size.
And now back to your regularly scheduled program.
So what documentation of training is sufficient? As EHS professionals are very fond of saying, if it's not written down, it didn't happen. But here's the brass tacks. Employers must document all operator training and evaluations. This documentation must verify that each operator has received the necessary training and has been evaluated on their practical ability to safely operate each of the 7 basic classes of equipment that they're being certified on. The certification must include the operator's name, training and certification date, most recent evaluation date, and the name of the trainers and evaluators. Note that there is no OSHA requirement mandating the need for an operator's license to be available for presentation, but depending on the size of the organization and operator turnover, this may be something to consider adding to make verification much simpler in the field. Before powering up, a pre-use inspection is required and must occur before every 24 hours of operation or prior to each operational shift. Pre-operational checks should consist of at least physical checks of the general condition of the tires, forks, mast, and attachments, checks for leaks or signs of leaks, verifying that the load capacity plate is present and clearly readable, signs of defeating safety equipment, checks of the operation of all lights, horns, and alarms, steering and brakes, checks and rechecks of seatbelts and other safety systems equipped, and all vehicle controls. On top of corrosion from battery leakage being a serious issue, the buildup of hydrogen, oxygen, and other gases from a leaking pit battery is exceptionally flammable, explosive, and toxic.
So this is our hydrogen oxygen explosion. We have a 2-to-1 ratio of hydrogen gas to oxygen gas. I like this. This should be incredibly loud. Once I light this, it's not like that. So cover your ears, please. It's loud.
Additionally, a missing or unreadable or altered plate alone will require the vehicle to be taken out of service. There may also be additional requirements based on the type of truck and the manufacturer's recommendations. If there are any problems noted during pre-op checks, take the unit out of service immediately for maintenance. While there is no specific language requiring these inspections to be in writing or retained past the current operating period, a written and retained record of these inspections is highly recommended. Not only will it help you investigate incidents with the truck, it also provides a sort of health report for the vehicle over time. Small issues that don't necessarily impact the safe use of the vehicle may end up on these reports and help make a case for a preventative maintenance schedule, and preventative maintenance is safe operation. Safe operating basics. Number 1, always wear your seatbelt. I spent some time in a hospital bed once, and my first roommate was the victim of a pit accident. His leg was crushed to the point that he had hundreds of pins holding him together.
Watch this piece of footage I found on the internet.
Based on his description of the accident, he couldn't have been wearing his seatbelt. Another accident, this time that I investigated, consisted of a rollover event. If that operator had not had their seatbelt fastened, they would have fallen out of the truck and the truck would have rolled over them. Look, just wear your damn seatbelt. And I really shouldn't have to say anything more than that. Number 2. Keep the forks low when traveling. No more than 4 to 6 inches above the ground for most conditions. The best way I've heard to describe the effects of the sheer mass of these vehicles is this. Consider an average sit-down type forklift weighs in the vicinity of 8,000 to 15,000 pounds. Now consider most of the mass concentrated into the tiny area of an empty fork. There's enough mass condensed to that point to snap a human femur like a twig at less than 1 mile an hour. And that doesn't even take into account other forces that act on a mass that size in motion. Number 3, maintain visibility at all times. This means that your head and eyes should be facing the direction of travel at all times. Mirrors are good for reference. Number 4, sound the horn at all intersections to avoid collisions. Number 5, never engage in horseplay or reckless driving. Number 6, pedestrians always have the right of way. Period. Yeah, some of them can be frustrating, but the human body is a grape compared to the mass of even the smallest pit truck. Even for expert operators, things can go bad very quickly, and maintaining safety discipline in just these few points can make a huge difference. Proper load handling is vital for safe operation. Load handling requirements include never exceeding the rated load capacity. There is no attachment or anything that can make a pit lift, carry, or move things above its rating safely. Centering the load and approaching it squarely. slightly tilting the mast back,
That's what she said.
not raising or lowering the mast while in motion. Look, I've done it, you've done it, but remember how much mass you're dealing with here. Ensuring that the load is evenly and appropriately distributed, and always keeping the load uphill when traveling on inclines. A huge number of pit accidents stem from improper loading or turning with elevated forks, so now I'll take a few moments to talk about the basic physics involved with load handling. Some of it is kind of intuitive, but it's certainly worth discussing. If you're a seasoned operator or newly trained, I sure hope you're familiar with the triangle of stability. If you're not, the concept explains the changing center of mass of the vehicle under different conditions. It goes without saying, and I'm going to say it anyway, pit vehicles are designed to lift and move some very heavy things, meaning that they themselves need to be heavy to counterbalance the weight of the load. The specific center of gravity for each pit will be a little different based on what it's designed to do and its manufacturer, but a good general rule is that it's a point usually near the mast where the truck, fully loaded, will be balanced. For this video, we'll consider this in only 2 dimensions, forward and aft. This is the point past which even a properly distributed load will cause the vehicle to become unstable and potentially tip. This means that the stability point is moving as you lift the load, move the load, or try and stop the load. Now I could say something trite like keep this in mind, but being able to feel this change is one of the biggest things that can only come from general operator experience and experience with each individual truck you operate. Thankfully, there have been some technological advancements and sensors that make this easier on operators, but how many trucks out there are brand new and state-of-the-art? Each truck certainly has an engineered triangle of stability, but how that actually translates into real operation in the real world with real loads under real conditions takes some time. So especially if you get a new truck or you're a new operator, get to know your vehicle, get to know its limitations, and get to know the way that it tells you that it's about to have a problem. Now, I said at the beginning of this section we were going to talk about the triangle of stability in 2 dimensions, but the triangle of stability is in all 3 dimensions and moves with the height of the load, the speed of the vehicle, how quickly or sharply the vehicle turns. A lot of different factors contribute to where the center of gravity is in relation to that triangle of stability, or really pyramid of stability if you think about it in 3 dimensions. Every year, OSHA reports around 80 to 100 fatalities and thousands of serious injuries involving powered industrial trucks. Their top hazards resulting in those injuries are tip-overs or rollovers, struck-by incidents involving pedestrians, falling loads, falls from the operator platform, the seat or operator's position, falling from forks, and crushing accidents. I've addressed some real-world examples of some of these, but I want to address in this section falling loads and crushing accidents. When I was originally trained as a pit operator, it was at a time just before a competing business, a big box home improvement center, had an accident that pushed a top stock pallet onto a customer as an operator was attempting to place an item on the same shelf of the opposing aisle, killing the customer instantly. There were a lot of things wrong with that situation, but the root of the issue in the moment was that there was no spotter present for a space the operator couldn't see. So I can't overstress using spotters when necessary, particularly when visibility is an issue or where there's some kind of an issue with the load and you're not quite sure what it's going to do. Don't take shortcuts. When exiting any pit, follow proper shutdown procedures outlined in OSHA 1910.178 M5. Fully lower the forks. Set the parking brake. Shift to neutral, turn off the power, and remove the key. Unattended powered industrial trucks must never be left running. Under OSHA, the truck is considered unattended if the operator is 25 feet or more away, or if the truck is out of the operator's direct line of sight. For a moment, as I wrap up this video, I'd like to take a second to talk to any experienced, dare I say it, expert operators out there that may have scoffed at some of this video. Being an excellent pit operator is a point of pride, and it should be. It takes a lot of experience, practice, and skill to operate safely, accurately, and efficiently. Heck, when I was first trained as an operator, the trainer would end each training period by bragging that he could pick up a dime with a forklift. Now, he certainly wouldn't demonstrate it or tell us how to do it, of course, but it did make more than one of his students try in some very sketchy ways. He dropped that brag shortly after a minor accident. Later, as a safety and health professional, I've had all manner of cases presented to me as to why I should be able to do it my way because I'm that good. One of the more memorable ones was an operator and trainer justified that they could drive faster than a newer operator in the facility because they are operating at what basically they described as an F1 racing driver level compared to other operators. I'll let you guess the response that I had to that one. Keep in mind that whether you're a trainer or not, whether you have a lot of experience or you don't, you're not only an example to the newly certified, you can also be a challenge to be better. And nothing is more dangerous on a pit vehicle than an inexperienced operator trying to do something above their skill or comfort level. There's certainly a lot I didn't cover in this video about the practical aspects of pit operation because simply I can't. Not on a YouTube video. The vast majority of safe operation is baked into the needs of a facility or worksite, the requirements of the specific equipment being used, vehicle manufacturer requirements and recommendations, and so many other things that the generalizations begin to become ineffective. A powered industrial truck safety program and its training program should be carefully crafted, thoughtfully considered, and updated regularly. But it's at least one topic on which OSHA has spent a lot of time and resources and offers some very specific guidance. And it's because there's not a lot of margin of error for these vehicles. So much could go so wrong so quickly and so permanently that OSHA has spent a lot of time and resources over the decades making sure that their program is very specific with what they're requiring of employers in the United States. But as for this video, these are my parting thoughts. Know your equipment, inspect it, load it and unload it carefully, drive with awareness and care, follow the standards, stay certified, and stay alert. Every move you make with a powered industrial truck should be intentional and safe. Thanks for listening. If this helped you, leave a like, subscribe, and maybe share it with your team. If you have any questions about the content of this video, or there was something major that you think I should have covered that I didn't, please drop it in the comments. I look forward to seeing you in the next video. In this video, I'm going to take a bit of a departure from workplace safety and talk about something that's a bit closer to home, or rather school. Being safe at school looks a little different depending on your age. What an elementary school kid needs is way different than what a high schooler deals with, so today I'm going to be breaking it down into 3 groups: elementary, middle, and high school. There will be timestamps in the description for each section as well as chapter breaks. Stick around because whether you're a student, a parent, or even a teacher, you'll likely pick up something useful or at least be reminded of bedrock principles that help maintain everyone's safety in our schools. Elementary students, safety starts with you. Do you ride the bus? I'm sure you've heard this all before, but stay seated and listen to the driver. No arms out the windows and try not to make too much noise. The bus driver needs to be able to hear well to keep you safe on the road. Only get off the bus at your own bus stop or your house. It's really easy to get lost. And if you're walking to school or even just to the bus stop, always walk with a buddy. Stay on streets that have a lot of people and stay away from places that you're not familiar with. Never accept a ride from someone you're not expecting to pick you up. Keep backpacks zipped and under control. It's easy for you or a classmate to trip over a mislaid school bag. It's okay to have fun at recess, but remember to listen to the adults out there. They're not trying to ruin the fun, they're just trying to keep you from leaving recess with a broken arm. And don't forget water. The heat can sneak up on you fast, even if it feels cold outside. Remember to wash your hands often with soap, warm water, and scrub long enough to sing the ABCs in your head. Germs can spread fast, so pack some tissues and maybe a little hand sanitizer if you're looking for extra credit. Don't share food. Even though sharing is good, sharing food may be bad without you knowing it. Other kids may have allergies, so with food it's best not to share or trade. Stranger danger is real. I know it's not something you'll want to think about a lot, but if something or someone feels weird, find a teacher, go to the school office, or look for a trusted adult or a police officer. Don't just forget about something if it makes you feel uncomfortable or icky. You didn't do anything wrong. Remember, safety is all about awareness, and if you feel like something is going to hurt, get you in trouble, or seems a bit gross, it's okay to take a minute to think about it and ask for help from your teacher if you need to. It's okay to ask for help. Middle school is a whole different world. New schedules, bigger buildings, changing classrooms, more people, more freedom, and more responsibility. Rule 1. Don't sprint through the hallways. Try and get to the next classroom quickly, but keep it under control. In lockers, don't share combinations even with your best friend. It only takes one time for something to go missing to ruin a good friendship. By now you'll probably have a phone and are on at least one social media app and pretty good on the internet in general. But as a reminder, don't post personal information like your address or your phone number, don't overshare, and think before you hit send or post. Once it's online, it's forever. And if your parents or guardians have put some restrictions on your phone or your access to social media, don't try to get around it. It's there to help keep you safe. If you think these restrictions are unfair, talk with them about it. Don't just try to find a way to turn it off. If someone's bothering you online, don't ignore it. Screenshot it, block them, and tell someone. If you're not comfortable telling a parent, tell a trusted adult. Don't click on something unless you know what it is. Take some time getting to know your device and the apps that you use, and if something feels sketchy, don't click or tap on it. It may grab your information, cost money, sign you up for something you really don't want, or worse, turn on your camera or microphone for someone to see and hear you whenever they want, without you knowing. The internet is a great place to keep in touch with friends, share things, and be creative, but it's also a place where some very strange things can happen if you're not careful. If you haven't been hearing it already, middle school is where you'll start hearing, "Come on, just do it," an awful lot more. It's okay to say no. Real friends respect that, and a lot of the times you'll be pressured to do something that the other kid is scared to do themselves. Remember that many of the same fears and insecurities that you have, other kids have too, even if it doesn't seem like they do. You're not alone, especially when it feels like you might be. And if you see somebody being bullied, don't pile on. That might be you someday, and it doesn't feel very good. And if it doesn't stop, tell someone about it. Silence only helps the bully, not the victim. Between sports, clubs, and hanging out with friends, you'll probably be a lot busier as a middle schooler. Always let your parents or guardians know if plans change. Don't just disappear. Your phone isn't only for texting, posting selfies, and playing games. Believe it or not, it's actually a phone too. Walking home, to practice, or to a friend's, the same rules still apply as they did just a little while ago. Stick to well-traveled routes, walk with a friend whenever you can, and avoid shortcuts and unfamiliar paths. Things have been a lot different in middle school, but take it slow and get ready for your next adventure. Hey there, high schoolers. Whether you're a freshman or a senior, your safety should never be an afterthought. As you move towards graduation, there's still a lot to be aware of when it comes to your safety, and we'll go over a few of those points here. Some of you are finally behind the wheel. Rule number 1, no phones. Not even at a red light. Not only are phones distracting, in most of the United States, it's illegal to use a phone or a mobile device while behind the wheel. Tickets and fines are expensive, and you're hard enough to get insurance for in the first place, so give yourself and your parents a break. Put the phone away. Seatbelts. Always. No exceptions. Whether you're driving or just riding with a friend, buckle up. You really can't understand the violence of a car crash until you've hit a telephone pole at 105 miles an hour. Even though you may have that license, it takes years of practice to build up good habits behind the wheel, and as cool as driving is, accidents suck even more than you'd think, even if no one gets hurt. Not driving yet? The same rules still apply to walking or riding the bus as always have. Don't zone out and keep aware of what's going on around you. I can't tell you how many times I've seen kids walk into traffic or other dangerous situations while staring at a phone. Being aware of what's going on around you is something I hope you'll take with you your whole life. Get the phone and earbuds out later. So now let's talk about the social scene for a minute. Now, I'm not going to lecture you on right or wrong here, but keeping yourself safe at parties, games, hanging out after school, and on dates is just as important as anywhere else, and it's easy to lose sight of that sometimes. If you're out, don't leave your drink unattended, even if it's just soda. No matter who you are, unattended drinks are an easy way to put yourself in an uncomfortable or even unsafe situation. Stick with your friends and watch out for each other. If something feels a bit sketchy, trust your gut and get out of there. And as cliche as this sounds, if you're unsafe to drive, call your parents or your guardians. Getting in trouble is a lot better than getting arrested or into an accident or worse. Sure, you might get lucky and make it, but don't take that chance and end up feeling the consequences of that choice for years or maybe even the rest of your life. When I was in high school, a classmate was killed in a pretty significant car accident one night, and the absence of that person and the empty chair in their classes every day is a pretty hard thing to deal with, even if you don't know them very well, and is nothing compared to what their family feels. High school can be stressful. Grades, sports, college prep, impending adulthood, it all adds up. It's okay to feel overwhelmed, but what's not okay is bottling it up. Talk to a counselor, talk to a teacher, talk to a parent, talk to someone. Everyone needs help from time to time when things get rough, and sometimes just letting it out can do wonders. Don't underestimate the significance of getting enough sleep. 8 hours isn't just a myth, it's the minimum your brain and body actually needs, and it's really hard to catch up on sleep. By now, you probably know the basics of emergency prep. Whether it be fire drills, lockdowns, severe weather, you probably know where to go, who to follow, and how to stay calm. But every now and then remind yourself of where the emergency exits are, where to meet outside the building, and how to get help if someone's hurt, and all of those things that you've been learning all of these years. Bonus points if you learn CPR or at least know where the AEDs are. That knowledge could save a life. Okay, before we wrap up, I need to take a few minutes to talk about something heavy, but very real that can affect you at any age. School shootings and school violence. I know, it's uncomfortable, but safety isn't just about crossing the street or wearing seatbelts. It also means being prepared for very serious emergencies that are becoming less and less rare with each passing year. Heck, some of you out there have tragically already been through it. And if that is you, I'm very, very sorry. So let's get through this because it's important. Just like fire drills or severe weather drills, schools have lockdown and active shooter drills. They're not done to scare you, they're there to practice what to do, so if there is ever any danger in the building, you can act quickly. Take these drills seriously and remember what you're taught. For younger kids, the rules are simple. Listen to your teacher. Your teacher is in charge. Do what they say quickly and quietly. I know it's scary, but it's really important to follow the rules now. Lockdown means quiet time. Lights off, door locked, phones, tablets, or toys silent. Think of it as a game of hide and seek where the goal is to be as quiet as possible and not be found. Don't open the door. Even if someone knocks, only your teacher or another trusted adult like a police officer should open the door. If you're in middle school, you might have a little more responsibility, but the same rules still apply. Try and stay calm, follow your directions, and move quickly. When a lockdown is called, don't panic, don't argue, just follow instructions. Know your exits and safe spaces. If you're in a hallway, bathroom, or outside the classroom, head to the nearest safe space. No false alarms. This is serious stuff. False alarms waste time and can even put people in danger. I know you didn't study for that quiz or your best friend dared you, but there are very serious consequences for messing around with this kind of stuff and you just can't take it back. When you get to high school, you will have a bit more responsibility, and you may even need to help younger students if something like this happens. Many schools teach run, hide, fight. Run if it's safe, get out, keep going until you're away from the building. If you can't run, hide. Lock doors, turn off lights, block entry doors and windows, silence phones and other devices, and stay out of sight. Fight only as a last resort. If danger is right there and you have no other option, use anything you can to protect yourself and others. If it comes to fighting, one thing your school comes equipped with in abundant numbers is fire extinguishers. The humble fire extinguisher can be used in a number of different ways if there are no other options. Most fire extinguishers are heavy and can be used to help barricade doors or windows in some instances. Also, due to their weight and generally being made out of metal, fire extinguishers can also be used very effectively as a blunt weapon. Heck, just shooting a fire extinguisher into the face of an attacker will make it difficult for them to see and irritate their eyes, nose, and throat. Does your classroom have a fire extinguisher? Take a look. Although run, hide, fight is fairly common, your school may have a plan that differs, so always follow the training you received during drills. Know how to communicate. Text or make calls only if it's safe and helpful. There will be a lot of text and phone calls happening during an emergency like this, and it doesn't help to overload the systems. And the act of texting and making phone calls takes your mind off of the situation, and you lose your awareness of what's going on around you. If or when you encounter the police, immediately follow all instructions they give. They are there to help, but they may not know exactly what's going on or where or who the threat is. You might be handled a little roughly or put in handcuffs, but they are there for one reason: to stop the shooter or shooters. So your interaction with them may be a little frightening, but they are there to help you. The most powerful tool is prevention. If you ever hear a classmate talking about hurting people, bringing a weapon to school, or posting threats online, tell someone. Sure, maybe they are joking, or they don't really mean it, or they're just angry one day, but you really don't want to take that chance. Tell a teacher, tell a parent, tell a school police officer, or call 911. Most school tragedies have warning signs. Saying something could stop it before it ever happens and will help the person who's making the threats. It's not about living in fear. It's about being prepared the same way we prepare for fires or bad weather. The truth is, the chances of this happening at your school are still statistically very low, even with how often we hear about these tragedies happening all over the country. But the statistics mean nothing if it ever happens to you. Acting quickly and appropriately will not only help you, but your classmates, friends, and teachers. These events are extremely unpredictable, disorienting, frightening, and traumatic, and I really wish they didn't happen, but they do. So the best thing we can do is try to prevent them and be as prepared as possible if prevention fails. At the end of the day, safety isn't about being scared, it's about being prepared. When you make habits like these part of your routine, you barely even notice them. Thanks for checking out this video. If you found this helpful, hit the like button, subscribe, and share it with someone. Let me know in the comments what you do to keep yourself safe. I'm always fascinated by all of the creative and very effective ways we all find to feel comfortable and secure. Thank you for listening. When you hear the word safety, what do you think of first? If you're a parent, you might think of your kids. If you work at the NHTSA, you might think of seatbelts or highway design. If you're a cop, safety might mean protecting the public from crime. But if you're an average American worker, somehow the word safety often elicits a sense of annoyance. A sense of, sure, everyone should work in a place free from hazards that may harm their health and wellness. But it's that but that's always kind of baffled me as a safety professional. In other videos, I've focused on some of the ways that employers fail when it comes to safety, and in this video, I will be trying to shed some light on some of the challenges EHS concepts face from those that they're meant to protect, and try to understand the dichotomy of we should all be safe while we work, but the orange vest, the hard hat, or the toolbox talk at the beginning of a shift is kind of worthless. A video recently popped up in this channel's feed that really began to clarify some of the causative factors that lead not only to apathy when it comes to safety, but some outright disdain. This video will examine portions of Safety Culture is Ruining Construction by Carl Morawski on YouTube. There's a link to the full video in the description, and I encourage you to check it out. He does make a lot of good points, even if I may not agree with a lot of them. So let's take a look at it through the eyes of a safety professional and see if it is safety culture that's actually ruining construction.
Safety culture has ruined construction. Now, don't get me wrong here, okay? I want everybody to go home to their family, to their dog, to their Star Wars toy collection, whatever it is. I want people to work safe and go home safe. But safety culture on the job site has gotten way out of control.
I can understand this statement to a degree, but I would be interested to know how much time is being wasted on safety throughout a typical workday. In my experience, it's really not that much and can often be measured in minutes, and it can seem sometimes that people spend more time trying to avoid safety than they are forced to endure it.
What began as workplace safety enforced by OSHA has become like performative safety theater that just kills morale.
I will submit that working on a job or in a company where someone just lost their eyesight, a limb, or died is a lot worse for morale.
And the worst part is, it's really not even about keeping workers safe. It's about money. I mean, shocker, I know.
I'll be diving deeper into this as the video goes on, but the grim reality is that the only thing that moves companies in any industry or on any topic is the money.
Nice truck, boss. If you work hard, do overtime, and come in on weekends, next year I'll buy myself an even better one.
There's certainly a philosophical debate that could be had on this topic, but it's the reality that workplace safety lives in, so yeah. This is why OSHA can be so important. Historically, worker safety was so far down the list of things employers cared about that it basically didn't exist at all. In the decades leading up to 1970, spearheaded in large part by labor unions, the political climate forced decision makers in many arenas into the passing of the OSH Act and the creation of OSHA to enforce that act. Now, I'm not saying everything changed overnight or that every change was good change, but for the purposes of this discussion, prior to that, it was not uncommon to find yourself unemployed after you got hurt on the job, even if due to spectacularly unsafe conditions. Fast forward from 1970, and not only are there direct financial incentives tied to compliance with OSHA regulations, but factors external to regulations now put financial pressure on employers to keep their people safe. It would be nice if employers made safety a priority simply because it was the right thing to do, but we live in reality.
There's actually a term for all the binders, the worksheets, the weird like safety rituals that you have to go through. It's called safety clutter. This is the accumulation of paperwork and activities that may look good on paper, but they don't actually contribute to a safer work environment at all.
Now, I've created and implemented some safety clutter, and in a well-crafted and implemented safety program, what appears on the face of it to be clutter can be an effort to gather leading data. As an example, I've managed programs that include worksheets that ask employees periodically to perform basic, standardized assessments of safety throughout their work area. While this may have seemed repetitive and remedial, the goal of the completion and submission of these worksheets was twofold. First, to get workers proactively assessing the safety of their work areas in ways that I just couldn't. Second, to collate the information reported into data points that can show leading indicators of overall safety performance, not just the lagging indicator of near misses, accidents, injuries, and illnesses. I'll go into some of the challenges that safety programs face as they justify their existence and expenditure as we move forward with this video, but I'll preface that by saying without supporting data, safety is just theater.
This whole dog and pony show makes workers cynical. You know, we go to the orientation, we sign the paper, we slap the sticker on our hard hat, all so we could just get to work and get paid. That's what we're there for. Nobody wants to get hurt or like cause an unsafe situation, but we've all heard these things time and time again, so often that it basically becomes background noise.
Later in his video, he goes into some of the dynamics of how workers' compensation, insurance, mod rates, TRIR, and other metrics drive workplace safety. But that topic deserves its own video. For now, though, be glad they do. For the vast majority of human history, the primary ways projects were managed was to simply throw bodies at it and hope that they didn't run out. With the pin in that for now, though, I can understand how safety can seem repetitive, particularly in the construction industry. Year over year, it remains one of the most statistically dangerous class of work sites with one of the highest injury and fatality rates, not only in the United States, but around the world. So the emphasis placed on the safety of construction sites when determining, managing, and mitigating risk is considerable, compounded by the fact that these sites are extremely dynamic in the types of risks they present, and that an individual worker may be on a few different sites in a year means that there will be repetition and the individual may get swept up in some seemingly irrelevant topics as employers manage their safety programs. What it isn't, though, is entirely irrelevant. Employers aren't in the habit of slowing down productivity without reason. So if you're
getting a toolbox talk about chainsaw safety in a building as an electrician,
then there is probably a reason, even if it's not presented very clearly. Even with all that said, though, if the goal is to simply just get paid, safety orientation, refresher training, toolbox talks, and all of the other safety clutter that seems to cause so much ire is paid just the same.
Worse yet is that most messages of safety are delivered by some fresh-faced youngster who, beneath a pristine white hard hat and clean vest, is telling you to put on your safety glasses for the third time. I have my own issues with safety officers, all right?
The ire here is something that I've run into a lot, and it's not just levied against the fresh-faced. I'll say it because it's what it feels like. Professional safety and environmental health is a skilled, educated profession just like being a plumber or an electrician, and just as there are some that may think that they can wire up an electrical service panel safely because they have a basic understanding of how a circuit works, there are some that think that safety is just a bunch of common sense when there's a lot more to it. I've said it before, and I'm just going to keep saying it. EHS is so much more than hard hats and safety glasses. It's about air quality, chemical reactivity, physics, accident reconstruction, policy writing, risk management, fiscal responsibility, education, and a litany of others that makes EHS rather unique. It's one of the few practical professions where expectations often surpass what could reasonably be achieved. If you're an EHS professional and you're talking to a plumber, you're expected to be an expert at plumbing, or you're invalidated. If you're talking to a carpenter, you're expected to be an expert at carpentry, or you're invalidated. If you're talking to an owner, you're expected to be an expert at running a business, or you're invalidated. Generally, we're not experts in any of these things, but while we should be working on ways to improve safety, we're often forced to simply keep pointing out where it's being circumvented or outright discarded. Personally, I could care less if an individual wears their safety glasses when they've been prescribed to protect against real, practical, and observed hazards. Each individual has the right to be literally blinded by their own arrogance if they so choose, but unless they're self-employed and working on property that they own, it doesn't affect them alone. The reality is, just as the employer is required to provide a safe workplace, workers are required to follow safe work practices, even if they don't personally agree with them.
You know, we're living in a society.
Additionally, when writing safety programs or policies, they must identify who it applies to and how. At its most basic, the affected and effected. In an environment with a wide mix of types of work being completed, that will include many people who are only tangentially related to that policy and those hazards. HAZCOM programs provide a good example of this in action. Let's say there's a building that's first floor is a dry cleaning business with the second, third, and fourth floors comprising office space. No one would deny that the workers at the dry cleaners, the affected, need to be fully trained on the chemicals they'll be using and how to protect themselves against the hazards they present. What's a bit underappreciated is that everyone on the upper floors, the affected, are part of that same program, and there are a litany of circumstances that could compromise their health and safety that they must be made aware of. This paradigm should be part of any safety program, but unless properly explained, may leave the affected scratching their heads.
Now, I've said this before, but it certainly bears repeating. Some of the smartest men and women that I've ever met in my entire life have been dirty, rotten construction workers, blue-collar people whose wits are razor sharp and they really do live by them. They're usually very astute, very perceptive, especially when it comes to telling when something or someone is completely full of shit. And when it comes to safety, they know right off the bat, I have to go through these motions so I can get back to work.
This is precisely where safety goes off the rails and becomes antagonistic, competitive, and counterproductive from both sides. Sure, some EHS professionals are assholes.
I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes.
Hell, I'm positive I've been one at one time or another to some people. And it was probably a justified assessment. We are all humans. That having been said, though, the seemingly automatic assumption that safety is
completely full of shit
starts the whole relationship between workers and safety professionals off on the wrong foot. This is a thing that needs to change. Safety professionals deal with this from all sides, and it's an attitude that I have had a hard time understanding, especially from workers. Safety programs are nerfed by employers from their inception in many cases, making so much of what has become monikered as safety culture seem so disingenuous as it's implemented, even if the safety officer isn't. This is a hard pill to swallow, but everyone is forced to work within the limits an organization will allow, and it's especially difficult when you're dealing with people's lives. What's an even harder pill to swallow is resistance from the people these policies and programs are meant to protect. I'm reminded of a walkthrough of a carpentry shop with an insurance adjuster at a previous employer. A career carpenter ripped a board on a table saw, and when he was finished, the adjuster asked if a push stick had ever been considered in place of bare hands. The response was, "I've never needed one before." This is a perfectly valid choice that might be fine when at home in a garage, and maybe this individual really is just that good that they'll never have an accident. But this was the example being set for the shop. About a year later, another carpenter, this time one just out of journeymanship, was performing basically the same task when the blade hit an unseen knot in the wood, causing the board to be pulled towards the blade along with the bare hands holding it, causing a severe laceration to the palm and severing tendons. Now, there are some that might say that this individual just wasn't cut out for the job or wasn't careful enough, or joke, "Well, they won't do that again." What I say is that the culture in that shop discouraged the use of a simple safety device that would have made this just an accident that, at worst, maybe broke a table saw, ruined a piece of wood, instead of potentially ending someone's livelihood. Was making that cut that critical that a few seconds couldn't be taken out to find a safer way to do it? Of course it wasn't. But that's not why a push stick wasn't used. A push stick wasn't used because people that used push sticks were ridiculed. I think if there was a core idea that I could probably put into one sentence about safety culture, it would be this: property is replaceable. People aren't.
Morale really suffers when crews are forced through like safety performances and these things that don't actually have an effect on their day to day. Now, if we're doing like a critical pick, or we're going to work on some live stuff, or maybe hot work, something where there's an actual danger that is clear and present, I'm all ears. How can we all stay safe? But box checking and going through things that just don't apply and just having to listen to somebody and your eyes are glazing over, those are the kind of things that kill morale.
Believe it or not, it's not the big and obvious that usually gets you. It's the seemingly small and insignificant that ruins backs, ruins eyesight, makes people sick, or it's that one time you stretch your luck just a little bit too far to get the job done that has the biggest impact on the vast majority of workers. Safety isn't only about whether you live or die. It's also, or in some ways mostly, about being able to pick up your kids without pain, have a healthy retirement in 30 years, and be there for your grandkids at their high school graduation. I would challenge anyone that has a problem with safety officers in general to take a moment to honestly think about why. I would, though, also challenge any safety professionals to think a bit about how they approach things. Safety is about trust. Some of my greatest allies in safety have been the people who gave me the most grief up front. It takes time. Time to explain why something is necessary and how it helps. Time to listen to the people that are out there doing it every day. Time to show what your goal is as a safety professional to gain that trust. Safety because I say so fails safety. That being true, it's very difficult for a lot of safety programs to justify the expenditure of time, especially on things like training, safety committee meetings, and activities for which simple metrics are difficult to quantify. If a particular topic or subject seems like it really doesn't matter or apply, the fact that it's being covered was probably a hard-fought case behind the scenes with real practical arguments for why it was necessary. Sure, some topics are mandated by regulation or by insurance requirements or because the message just simply hasn't been absorbed, but even then it can still be challenging to get any real enthusiasm for the time that it takes for safety. One of the hardest things to do in safety is tracking and demonstrating value or return on investment to the organization with the purse strings. Arguably, success in safety can only truly be tracked by accounting for things that haven't happened, and it can be very hard to prove a negative. The manifestation of this, at least in my experience, is that there are times when safety is merely reactionary. For instance, say there's a random month on a site where minor lacerations spike, so the following 2 weeks is just filled with as much laceration prevention and first aid training as can be mustered. This is only part of that response. The other side of this coin often goes without notice as EHS professionals and others try to determine what the causal factors of that spike might be. Most of the time, it's not just employee carelessness. And to return to a previous point, in a well-run program, a lot of that safety clutter helps to avoid reactionary responses by scraping together useful leading data to make educated predictions of hazards where they may not be apparent. Closely managing that data does affect the day-to-day safety of workers. When this video popped up on the channel's feed, I was hooked by the title because it's difficult sometimes to get a good understanding of why EHS professionals might be having such a hard time affecting practical change and building a true safety culture. And it gave form to a kind of an amorphous feeling that I felt, at least throughout my career as a safety professional. I'm going to play about 2 minutes near the end of his video uncut and uninterrupted, not to pad the runtime of my video, but he does offer solutions, and I think they're insightful ones.
Now, I don't like giving problems without proposing a solution, and I think that there is a way to do safety properly. First, they gotta cut the clutter. The clutter is just way too much. I don't need to know about a chemical that can burn me that is actually 500 miles away and will never be on this job site. There's no purpose. Second, they have to shift the metrics to what actually matters. TRIR that debate's over. It's a useless metric. Focus on the things that are immediate hazards that actually affect the people in the job that they're doing. And I get that they have to keep the legally required stuff. There's a certain amount of compliance that I'm sure you just have to do. But anything outside of that should really just be applicable to the job and keeping the worker safe, not performative. And then they have to reframe the PTPs and toolbox talks, not as a worksheet that everybody has to fill out and then sign at the end, because I've given these talks before, and I've seen the guys' eyes glaze over as they just wait for me to stop making noise so that they can go to work. The better way, in my opinion, is to open it up and have a conversation about it, because if the guy working next to you has a story about why you should do a particular thing so you don't get hurt, that's going to land a lot harder than just reading it off a worksheet. Look, a lot of us are in construction because we didn't like schoolwork. Please, don't give me another worksheet to fill out. And finally, more companies have to take morale seriously and treat it almost like a safety metric. Because if morale is low, maybe it's not the worker's fault, maybe it's management's. Too much safety crap leads to exhaustion and indifference, but a supervisor who actually listens to you, adapts plans based on different information, and actually proposes good ideas to keep yourself safe rather than just going through the motions and box checking, that improves morale because you know that the guy who's watching over you actually has your best interest in mind, not just he's done all of his paperwork for the day.
That's exactly what safety culture is supposed to be. Safety culture or culture of safety have become popular buzz phrases over the past few decades, but I think have lost their meaning or been distorted from their original concept. Now, I don't want to draw too many parallels between law enforcement and safety because they really are two completely different animals altogether. But with respect to safety culture, I'm reminded a bit of community policing. Community policing spawned from a genuinely good idea as a way to reinforce the relationship between the public and its police force with the goal of more effectively investigating crimes and increasing overall community safety and security. But as the term was increasingly applied to policies further and further away from its original intent, it became distorted. I think something very similar has been happening with safety culture, as that term has been applied to a lot of things that stray a bit from the original intent or half-heartedly implement what it's meant to foster. And what it's meant to foster is safety as second nature, an environment where safety is as part of an organization as lunch breaks and paychecks, and where you don't have to overly think or overly plan for it, it just naturally occurs. But implementation is everything, and it hasn't really been all that long that safety has been a priority in the workplace. I think it prudent to be reminded of a forgotten truth about workplace safety. It took a literal act of Congress to start making real change for workers. I'm going to say that again. It took a literal act of Congress to start making real change for workers. Now, the OSH Act isn't particularly the subject of this video, but it was written in the blood of the average worker. Oceans of it. Almost in spite of that, some industries, businesses, and even individual workers put more effort, time, and money into circumventing safety regulations and best practices than it would have taken to heed the lessons of the past, all in search of and in protection of the dollar. Safety theater, or as I have characterized it before, the illusion of safety, is very real, and it's something that any real safety professional fights against every day. Not generally for themselves. Their hard hats and vests are usually pretty clean, but for the workers in their own little slice of heaven. When safety culture is broadly painted with the brush of being
completely full of shit,
especially by workers, it only helps to reinforce the adversarial relationship with safety, and it's something that just makes no sense to me. My first safety director sold the job to me with a statement that has only become more true the longer I've done it. Safety is the hardest, easy job you'll ever do. It seems like such a simple thing from the outside. Just keep people safe. Workers should be on board with you. The company should be on board with you because it's in everybody's best interest to, on the side of the worker, not be injured, maimed, or killed. And on the side of the company, their insurance costs go down, they don't have people missing work, and they can remain productive and profitable. But somehow that's just not the case. If you look at job boards advertising for safety positions, you'll see the same positions at the same locations popping up year over year or within 2 years, some even within a few months. Most safety professionals will never be millionaires, but they will all burn out. It will burn out often. The unfortunate reality is that safety is caught in the middle of two opposing worlds, and only one of those worlds keeps them employed. Every safety program is only as good as the organization allows it to be. And it's too often only moved forward by one of two things. The first is the small incremental changes that will be accepted by the organization and tolerated by the workers that do lead to a safer workplace, but unfortunately has no large impact. The second is catastrophe. Catastrophe that ruins or ends the lives not generally of the executives or the managers, but of the workers. So if you're asked to take 10 minutes out of the beginning of a day for a toolbox talk about machine guarding, or an hour a year for a lockout tagout refresher, or you're asked to participate in a safety committee meeting, try and be happy about it even if it's not your cup of tea. There was a time not all that long ago when your safety wasn't discussed at all. So now I'm forced to answer the question, is workplace safety culture ruining workplace safety? I'll answer it with something that all EHS professionals say eventually and probably often throughout their career. It depends. Thanks for watching, and as always, if you liked the video, drop a like and consider subscribing to the channel. I'm very interested to see what your thoughts are on this subject, no matter where your opinions lie. If we are really committed to making safer work environments for everybody, we need to talk about it. And in my experience, one of the hardest things it is to get people to talk about in most of the workplaces that I've been a part of is safety.
Hey Pac, are we online?
Hello and welcome to another video. This is going to be a very different video to anything that I put out before. There's not a safety topic or anything in particular regulations wise that I'm going to cover. This is a channel update to kind of tell you where it is, where hopefully it's going, some of the challenges that maybe explain a little bit of the missteps that I've had in especially the editing process. So this will be a bit more unpolished, assuming you thought anything that I've made up until this point has been actually polished. So if you've made it past the 30-second mark, maybe you're willing to go a little bit further. Without further ado, we'll cue the new intro, or the new intro. We'll talk a little bit about some of the challenges that I've faced with audio as we move through the video. But for now, we'll cue the music, and I'll see you on the other side. So first, I'd like to say thank you to everybody that's tuned in over the last 10 months to this channel. Whether you liked it, you didn't like it, you watched for 5 minutes, 5 seconds, or 3 hours. I really do appreciate it. I really didn't think that I'd be at 245 subscribers just 10 months in, and being 5 subscribers away from the halfway mark towards the 500 required to actually become a partner with YouTube is a bit more than I probably could have ever asked for after only 10 months. One of my main goals with this channel was to try and make safety a topic that people might actually enjoy hearing about. Which brings me to the part of the title of this video that may have made you click on this in the first place. The survival game DayZ. I was actually going to go into a pretty granular video about this game and how analogous it is to safety topics, in particular personal protective equipment around Halloween, since it's a zombie survival game and, you know, spooky and topical and all that stuff. But it just didn't happen. So I thought I would highlight it here in this video briefly before getting into kind of the meat and potatoes of what the remainder of this video will be about. Because if you set out to create a safety training game or piece of software that was substantial, realistic, and engaging, I don't think you'd be able to make one better than this. If you're already familiar with the game and you want to just kind of skip to the next heading, I understand that. But as a little bit of background on the game, it's a pretty standard survival game. You literally start with pretty much nothing. A piece of fruit, a glow stick, and a couple of bandages, and that's it. Then the goal of the game is pretty much to just survive, both against zombies in the world and other players. One of the first things that makes this very compelling as a safety training tool is that there's permadeath. You create your character, that character lives until it dies, and once it dies, you start off again with nothing. So to a degree, the stakes are the same as in real life. I don't generally play for the PvP aspect of it. I'm very much the kind of person that just likes to see how long I can survive. My goal when I start to play this game is to live as long as possible. So how you do that is by exploring the world, picking up different equipment, tools, weapons, to defend yourself against other players, zombies, and the environment itself. Matter of fact, one of the first injuries my first character sustained in the game was a laceration from sliding down a set of fixed ladders from top of a building. So that's how granular this game gets. If that cut's not properly treated and disinfected, you'll end up with a blood infection, and then you start to lose health because of that. If you're out in the weather for too long and it rains and you're running around in soaked clothing, that affects you. You end up getting a cold, a different kind of illness that requires different treatment. It's even that granular to the point that the types of food that you eat will affect your health in different ways. You have to purify water. There's just a plethora of things I can go into about this game that shows how realistic the developers intended to make it and how they accidentally created a safety simulator. Heck, they even went so far as to simulate the condensation that builds up in a respirator under different atmospheric circumstances. For instance, if you're wearing a respirator in clear skies and perfect weather, you're not going to have a lot of condensation buildup. But if it's pouring down raining and you're running around like a madman, you're going to have so much condensation through the visor of that respirator that you might not be able to see what's going on outside. I'm just going to let this footage play in the background as I finish off this video. But I have been toying around a little bit with the idea of potentially live streaming this game with the intent of showing off some of the ways that it really can emphasize very directly a lot of safety topics. Of course, I would never expect any company to set aside time for people to play video games while they're on the clock, but it's a fairly comprehensive way, if people are into this sort of thing, to get them thinking about safety from a different perspective. But enough about that for the moment. I'm going to let this footage play in the background because A, I recorded it and I'd really like to use it, and B, you can make fun of my gameplay as I talk. So if you've watched all my other content or even some of my other content, I'm pretty sure it's obvious that I'm an individual creator. I'm writing the scripts, I'm coming up with the video concepts, I'm doing all the editing, everything from start to finish. One of the biggest problems that I've had from a technical standpoint is audio pickup. That has been very widely ranging in its quality since the very first video. I'm pretty good at output quality through like speakers and stereo systems. I've done that as a hobby most of my life. Audio pickup though is a completely different matter. It's taken me a lot of time to figure out how to negate things like background noise, the computer fans, which I think weirdly in this video, I've finally found a pickup method that I can actually record sitting next to my editing PC, which is going to end up being a huge time saver and allow me to do re-records, especially for voiceover stuff, live as I'm editing. I also don't have a proper recording studio. Obviously, this is something I'm doing out of my home. So recording voiceover took an inordinate amount of time, because even if I did get the line right and delivered it in a way that I was happy with, inevitably there would be something from 2 miles away, a dump truck would drive by and there'd be some bleed through from that. In fact, I'm sure if you listen closely or at a high enough volume to especially some of my older videos, you're definitely going to hear dogs barking and a lot of ambient noise, which bothers the living crap out of me. Especially when some of those background issues aren't apparent until you've actually done your final edit, and going back to redo it would literally break every bit of editing you've done to that point. This is certainly not a problem unique to me. I think everybody that's ever tried to make a video for the first time has had trouble with audio. Video editing certainly is also its own challenge and its own set of learning curves. And starting out, I was familiar with Adobe Premiere Pro from a previous work experience, but that software certainly isn't free and is, in my opinion, exorbitantly expensive for a license, especially if you suite it with all of the other relevant Adobe products. And this channel has no budget. My first few videos were actually edited and even the voiceover recorded in Microsoft Clipchamp. And if anybody out there has used Microsoft Clipchamp, first, I'd be surprised. And second, it's not the most powerful piece of software and doesn't have a lot of stuff in it that you really need to make a good high quality video. And it took me a while to find the software that I'm using now that I 100% endorse and love, even though it's certainly not sponsored: DaVinci Resolve. So up until this video, I was using DaVinci Resolve and Audacity in concert with each other to create obviously Audacity for the voiceover tracks, and DaVinci Resolve for putting it all together into the form that you guys end up seeing on YouTube. Matter of fact, I was actually using two completely different computers. The voiceover recording I was doing was on a fanless computer, and there were certainly some software and hardware capability issues with that, so that was a challenge to say the least. Not to mention, it was a completely different piece of equipment, so I had to take the voiceover, record it, transfer it to the other computer to actually do the editing. So if something went wrong with the voiceover, I mispronounced a word, or there was some pretty heavy background noise that I didn't pick up in the headphones when I was recording it, it was kind of a production to actually re-record that. But as I've gotten more educated and comfortable with DaVinci, I've now, as of this video, moved my voiceover recording right into DaVinci Resolve. As you may or may not imagine, that's going to make the whole process of recording and creating these videos a ton more user-friendly. So I've already been rambling along here a lot longer than I probably anticipated that I would. I usually can't listen to myself talk for this long, especially since I lost the use of one of my vocal cords. So if you wonder why sometimes my voice sounds very strange and it drops off suddenly, wonder no more, and keep in mind that that was the best take. Matter of fact, if you're watching this video, I'm surprised that you were even shown it at all. The channel is not yet ad eligible, and if you have seen ads on my videos in the past, I know that there was at least one video, and if you look up the one that got the most views, that's the video, that was briefly ad eligible based on the legs that it had at the time, especially for its first 24 hours. First 24 hours of any video are key. I knew when I started the channel I was going to have a little bit of a hard time finding the audience out there in YouTube land. Their algorithm really, I think, doesn't know exactly what to do with this content or who may want to watch it, but it really doesn't know that for any channel or any video until it's published. But professionally, I have a hard time getting people to go to safety training even when they're being paid for it. So the fact that YouTube doesn't heavily push this channel with as small as it is not super surprising. My impressions I've seen, though, in the last few weeks drop significantly based on the holiday season. They're really trying to get their ad eligible content out there as much as they possibly can. So make sure you get your Ridge wallet and your bearskin tactical hoodie before they run out of them. The one thing I'm trying not to do with this channel is just chase trends. And that doesn't really help with the algorithm too much, especially for a fledgling channel like this. So the content has evolved as the channel has existed over the past 10 months. What the channel is turning into is much broader than what my original thought for it was. Heck, I've even said outright to people in in-person training sessions that I've had that if you really want to take a nap, go read CFR 1910. But I believe this for pretty much my entire career as a working person. Safety isn't in CFR 1910. The regulations are certainly important, but they're not nearly as important as the 1,000 little decisions that each of us makes throughout any day, whether it be at work, home, school, vacation, whatever. Safety is a mindset, and it's a mindset that we all share, even if you don't actively think about it all that often. So with this channel, I'd like to share some of my experiences that I've had with safety, both personally, myself, and as a safety professional that affect people's lives every single day. And I appreciate you sticking with me this long. This certainly isn't the slickest video I've ever produced. It probably isn't the worst, but it's definitely not the slickest video I've ever produced. But in this video, I wanted to kind of give you a little bit more of a casual look at the person behind the videos that maybe you have watched, maybe you will watch, or maybe you'll never watch. Let's try to get an idea as to where I'm coming from with the channel. As I see it, if the videos that this channel produces helps one person one time, it was worth it. And that's where you come in. As YouTube runs primarily on engagement, this channel runs primarily on feedback. Likes, dislikes, comments, and shares certainly help the channel with the YouTube algorithms, but moreover, they help me create better videos for you. Even just taking 1 second to click the like or dislike button for a video really helps me know if I'm on the right train track, so to speak. And comments are invaluable, positive and negative. So as I said in the beginning, this video has no script, and I'm here at over 12 minutes now on my timeline, and I'm not really sure how to end it. And this is why I spend so much time writing scripts for most of my other content. So I hope everyone has a happy and safe Thanksgiving. If you're outside the US, have a happy and safe Thursday, I guess. Thanks for watching. Subscribe, like, comment, share, all that fun stuff for the algorithm. And I'll see you next time on the next video.